The school board work session begins in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 2 minutes. The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the January 8th, 2026 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Mirroring and modeling how students begin each day, I ask that you please pause with us for a moment of silence. Please join me. I will now read our board commitment statement. We are the Marion County School District Leadership Team. When we come together to work, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first, and we will leave a legacy of success. I would like to ask the school board attorney to explain the rules for this public workshop. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board's dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call the speaker's name in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Ms. Martinez-Young, can you please provide the proof of publication for today's meeting?
A notice for the January 8th, 2026 work session was published in the Ocala Gazette on December 26th, 2025. Proof of publication has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see an audience just full of people. And board, we are going to start this morning actually with a superintendent briefing, which is kind of something we're supposed to do every meeting, but we kind of normally just get into the agenda. But the interim superintendent will not be here when we do board comments at the end, since she'll be leaving for our last agenda item. So I wanted to give her the opportunity to give comment now. So Dr. Brewer?
Okay, good morning. I want to share a few things with you. Back in November, the board asked for more information on fiddlers, and so we have that as an agenda item today. So Mr. Whitehouse will lead that conversation. We also are very excited to engage with you today on conversations on the strategic plan, starting for the 2026 through the 2031 school year. So Mr. Whitehouse will also share that workshop session with you. And last but definitely not least, I just want to let you know that Melissa Kiner, the area superintendent for Wyoming Park, will lead us in conversation about the Wyoming Park instructional calendar. On the agenda, it says Mr. Ayers will, but Ms. Kiner will actually lead us in conversation with that today. And today is day 2 for our students for the second semester. It's actually day 3 for Wyoming Park. We had a great start to the year, second semester yesterday. And our teachers returned, as you know, the day before, and all of the campuses either had professional development going on or they had data sessions to review data from the first semester. So we are very excited about the second semester, and we look forward to seeing great things. As Mr. Whitehouse provided you with data during the end of December, we know that we're on the right track, and we are excited to see where the growth continues to go for the second semester. So that's all for me today.
Thank you, Dr. Brewer. Well, then we will kick it off, board, with item 4.1, which is our fiddlers update. So I will welcome Mr. Whitehouse to the podium, and we will get started.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Brewer. Thank you, Dr. James. Good morning, board. So at a prior work session, the board had requested some additional information about our Fiddlers program, the Forward Diagnostic and Learning Resource System. So Mr. Husted is here today, and he's going to provide just some overviews about what the program offers, and certainly be able to talk as well about some of the cost structures, how they're funded, and try to answer some of the questions that you all have. So without further ado.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehouse. It's a pleasure to be here. Board Chair, Dr. James, Vice Chair, Ms. Conrad, Board Member Thrower, Board Member Dr. Campbell, Interim Superintendent Dr. Brewer, Attorney Powers, and Ms. Martinez Young. I have said to people from time to time that Fiddlers is what you might call a quiet project. I don't know, years ago there was an advertising campaign about the quiet company, and that's kind of how we are. We just go about our work. Our numbers prove it. We're highly accountable, and so I just want to, I appreciate the opportunity today to not be as quiet and share some of that information with you. The Florida Diagnostic and Learning Resources System is something that is listed in Florida statutes, Florida Statute 1006.03. So it's something that has authority behind it. It has funding behind it. And this kind of gives you an idea of the who and the what and the why of our particular IDA-funded state project. There are 18 centers around the state. Some of the Fiddler centers will have one district. You could probably guess which ones those are: Hillsborough, Miami-Dade, and so forth. Some centers have as many as 12 school districts that we serve. We serve 6 districts, plus the P.K. Young Lab School, which is considered also a district. So we have officially seven districts that we work in. The network also has 6 specialty centers. The one that we're most familiar with in this area is MDTP at the University of Florida. And MDTP does evaluations and provides recommendations for very complex types of situations with children. And then there are 2 specialty centers, one which focuses on students with visual impairments and one which focuses on students with deaf or hard of hearing types of needs. The vision of Fiddlers, the Fiddlers Network, is that every child, and we mean every child, regardless of the complexity or the mildness, perhaps, of a disability, that every child receiving ESC services will be able to achieve their fullest potential later on in life. So that is our vision. Our mission outlines really the 4 functions that we have in our Fiddlers Network. And these are common across our different centers. We want to support and enhance ESC programs by providing evidence-based, that's critical, high-quality professional learning opportunities. We integrate assistive and instructional technology, promote family engagement, and ensure access to early intervention services. So one of the questions that we sometimes will get is, why is Fiddlers located in Marion County? And I just gave you a few bullet points related to this. One is, one of the main reasons is that Marion County is the largest district in our service area and therefore has the greatest number of needs. So it makes sense that the center would be located here. I sometimes say we know Marion County like the back of our hands. In fact, I've been to every single school in the district at some point, including charters, private schools, except for the 2 newest schools. I did go to the kickoff meeting at Marion Oaks Elementary School, but I've not yet been to Ross Prairie or Winding Oaks. Northern Marion County is centrally located, so if you kind of look at the back of your hand, think of that as Marion County, kind of at the tip of your index finger is about where Reddick is, where Fiddlers is. And so then when you think about our service area, Dixie County, Gilchrist, Alachua, and so forth, we're very centrally located in Reddick, interestingly. We're also proximate to access to different roads because we have folks that come in for training, we go out for training, we go out for our child find visits and so forth. And so if you're familiar with Northern Marion County, I think we all know the 441-301 split. We're off of 441 past the split, just a little ways. So that gives you a reference point of where we're at. The Fiddler Springs service area is made up of the following districts, and I've given you a pie chart kind of as a representation. These are numbers from the spring of last school year. These are the latest numbers I could get from EduData. And Marion was listed at almost 46,000 students, so approximately 45% of the student population for the area that we serve. Alachua has actually lost student population. In the spring of last year, they were around 28,000. And then you can see, kind of going down the list, we go from 45 to 28, 5%, 3%, 2%, 1%. So that's a brief description of the Fiddler Springs service area. One question that we get sometimes is, how do other districts share in the cost for the Fiddler services? There are several different ways in which they share in the cost. They pay for a lot of our professional learning locations. We do not stay at the center and always have people come to our center. We do that, but most of our trainings occur out in our districts, and so we have particular areas, schools, centers, district offices, and so forth that they provide for us. They also provide child find screening locations. They house a technology library. They host our parent and family services events, and they also provide our coordinating council, which is one of the things which is outlined in the statute, and I'll go over that in a little bit more detail. They support travel expenses for their staff, and they also pay for some of the professional learning materials that are maybe particular to their district. The Fiddler Springs Coordinating Council provides oversight for the implementation of our project. And I'll go over funding in a little bit, but the We're highly accountable, not just for the dollars through our fiscal agent, Marion County, but also through our projections that we make each year on deliverables. So what we do each year is we meet with our coordinating council members and then other district staff that have direct input into the services we provide. We do grant planning meetings. We meet with them, discuss what their needs are, discuss what some of the needs are that the Department of Education has identified. We review district data, and then we say these are some things that we can offer you. We project that out. And then each year, we have to submit quarterly reports to the Florida Department of Education. We have a couple of return on investment reports that we submit. And the coordinating council, made up of our exceptional student education and student services directors, provide oversight just to make sure that we're expending funds properly, that we're providing equitable services throughout our service area. And equitable services would be percentages of services which are based on the percentages of student populations, so what we would expect based on that. They also review grant documents. We have a coordinating council chair who signs off on some of our documents. And then they also provide us access to our district superintendents. And each year, one of the tasks, it's really a pleasure. I don't say that in a sarcastic way at all, but I get to meet with each of the district superintendents just to review any questions they have, also to share a little bit about our services, and then they sign off on our grant application. So it's a very, very transparent process. Our coordinating council members are currently listed. You see Alachua all the way down to P.K. Young. These are primarily ESE directors and student services directors, and then Miss Mandy Brock from Gilchrist County is our current coordinating council chair. A little bit about Fiddler's funding. I'm not going to read the whole description there, but we're funded through the Florida Department of Education, the Bees Bureau within the Florida Department of Education, and the majority of the funding is based on the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. That was originally passed in 1975. It was reauthorized, it was amended, and so the majority of the funding comes through those IDEA funds. All fiddlers' salaries, which includes raises and drop, as well as benefits, travel, contracts, printing, all those types of things are paid for through our grant. So when our staff get raises, I always tell my staff, I'm very happy that you're getting raises. You all deserve them. We'll figure out the budget end. And I know that the district deals with that on a more macro level. Same thing when travel expenses increase. They just increased as of January 1 based on federal guidelines. We will absorb those costs as a project. Each year also, federal grants are subject to what they would call indirect charges, indirect cost charges. Basically what happens is the district and the finance department particularly negotiate with the Florida Department of Education. They determine what the indirect cost rate is going to be. So those are costs that are taken off the top of our grant that are given to our fiscal agent, which is Marion County. I'm never part of those negotiations, just so you're aware. We are always told this is your rate for the coming school year. And so whatever is negotiated between the finance department and the Department of Education, there are upper limits of what districts can charge, then that's what we go with, and that's what we build our budget around based on those negotiations. So our grant funding, 97.5 approximately is from federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act funds, and then about 2.5% is general revenue or state dollars. And so you can see our total grant amount there is $1,160,000, sorry. Just a graphic On this next page about the budget, the blue is your salaries, and the orange is your benefits. Just like with probably any school, if you look at overall district cost, that's a very similar breakdown to what you would expect. Fiddlers has 4 primary functions as outlined in statute, and I'll spend a little bit of time on each one of these reviewing. The first one is child find, technology services, parent and family services, as well as our human resources development. Now, our child find specialists work with our school districts to identify young children, and it's defined as 34 months to age 5, who may need extra support with learning, development, or behavior. Why 34 months? There's another program in the state called Early Steps, which serves children up to 3 years of age, but at the age of 34 months, it's a little late for them to receive those services and go through that process. So we'll do screenings and then can refer those children on to districts at that age. Our other services that you'll hear about are not limited to a particular age group. So just to make sure that we're clear on that. The whole idea is to provide early intervention services as soon as possible. When I was working as a school psychologist in the district, I sometimes joked that my goal as a pre-kindergarten school psychologist was to put the rest of them out of business later on, so they didn't have to deal with kids struggling in 2nd grade or 5th grade or whatever. Of course, that's unrealistic, but I would always say that was my goal, is to catch as many kids as we could early, because we know that in terms of child development, academic preparation, that's critical, is to catch kids early. And then if we just want to look at it purely through financial lens, it's super cost effective to provide high quality early intervention services for children. So we provide developmental screenings, training, and guidance tailored to each child's needs. So we have some typical sites listed, which are throughout our service area. So for example, in Alachua, we typically do our screenings and assist with evaluations in Gainesville, and Citrus, it's Inverness, Dixie County, it's Old Town, Gilchrist County, Trenton, Levy County, Bronson, and then of course in Ocala. We're not limited to those specific locations though, because a lot of times we'll go out based on request, and we'll do screenings at individual preschool settings, churches, we've done homes, various kinds of child care centers, and so we're pretty flexible. Our goal is to meet the need, and so we'll work around things and do whatever it takes to meet those needs. Our Child Find specialists also participate in a number of community events throughout the service area. If there's a community event and it relates to young children, literacy, parents, any of those kinds of things. It could be at a school site, could be at a community site, community center. We're typically involved. And just a note, all Child Find services are free of charge. Everything that we do is free of charge to folks that participate. I included one kind of short quote here from a parent. You help us feel less alone. And a lot of times, especially if they're a new parent or they have, past little young kids or whatever, they're in survival mode. And suddenly, perhaps a pediatrician or someone else says, I have some concerns about, this particular area of your child's development, or, they're not where they should be in a broad basis. And that's really a struggle for parents. And so they're relieved to have someone they can reach out to get some guidance, to get some screening. This, just so you know, I've got several photos in here. If you see a child's face, that's a stock photo from our Fiddlers Network, okay? I'm not sharing any information about individual identifiable kids here. But I would assume this one maybe is engaged in either a speech screening or speech therapy, because the person on the other side is pointing at their mouth, and she's pointing at her mouth, and they're probably working on some particular sound patterns. But we really do help parents feel less alone. Some of the kind of areas that we look at, we take into consideration the child's background. several different areas of their background. We look at 5 primary areas of development. You have those listed there. Pretty self-explanatory. Adaptive behavior is daily living types of skills. At that age, eating, dressing, toileting. Communication would be understanding of language, use of language, motor development, gross motor, fine motor, and so forth. We may also do screenings for speech, perhaps autism spectrum disorders or behavioral types of things, and we consider the child's vision and hearing. So that's part of our screening process. We also, though, provide trainings. These are actual people, actual photos from a training that, statewide training that one of our child find specialists did back on December 9th. Okay, the second area, technology. Technology truly opens the doors for students with disabilities. So in a lot of technology these days is integrated into daily life. If you're going to a Publix, for example, the doors are automatic, right? You can have your hands full, or you're struggling, wrangling kids or whatever that you're doing. That technology literally is opening a door, and other types of technology literally opens doors for our students. Okay, so our technology specialists, they help educators, families, and districts to select and use appropriate instructional and assistive technology. They also help them to get access to accessible instructional materials and also virtual instruction options. We also support universal design for learning. So big broad term, but just to basically define that is we provide professional learning that allows educators and parents to facilitate ways in which kids have multiple ways to access instruction, and instruction broadly speaking, multiple ways to express what they know, and then multiple ways for them to stay engaged. And so the universal and universal design for learning is really a focus on providing those 3 aspects of that definition across educational settings. So the supports are delivered in classrooms, in schools, in all of our service area districts. It could occur virtually. It could occur face-to-face. We also have a regional local assistive technology specialist library located in Levy County. So our larger districts have what they call local assistive technology specialist teams. Our smaller districts, just by virtue of the funding and staffing and so forth, they have one person, the RLATs, which serves multiple districts, providing access to different kinds of materials, support if a student, say, moves into a district and they need assistive technology, and so they provide a broad thing, and we have that RLATs library in Levy County. We also have some technology and training space there in Levy County. And then I mentioned these 2 other projects, which have very long titles, one which is focused on students who have needs related to being deaf or hard of hearing, and also those for students who are visually impaired. Now, some of our students can be very complex in what their needs are. Just looking at this particular picture, once again, this is a stock photo, so don't be anxious about that. There's up above his head, there's something which indicates he may be G-tube fed. He has some oral motor needs. There's a head prompt. So he's perhaps lacking some motor control. There's a wheelchair. There's a head switch, maybe, which is used as his communication. And so, I pulled this picture thinking about this excerpt of a quote from Stephen Hawking. Many of us know Stephen Hawking, the theoretical physicist, universe in a nutshell, and all those kinds of things. He said, "Don't be disabled in spirit as well as physically," which I think is a great thing, especially as I get older. We also do regional trainings at our center. So this is a picture of our training room, which we've been kind of slowly upgrading over the years. That's on the left. And then on the right in our picture is the technology library that we have in Levy County. Parent and Family Services. We offer trusted information, so we make sure that we're offering good information to parents, training, and ongoing support to empower our parents. We want to create family-friendly programs. We want to engage good school-family partnerships. We also participate in a variety of community events and services, and these are also free of charge to our parents. So we get phone calls daily, multiple times a day, asking all kinds of questions. So sometimes it's a matter of answering a very simple, specific question. Sometimes it's a matter of saying, yes, we can support in that area. We've got this training available, or we can, offer this developmental screening, whatever. Or it may be connecting them to the right people. And so part of our role is as connectors with, because it could be a call from any of our service area districts, and so we'll support parents in those ways. Another excerpt from a parent: thank you for helping us to navigate as we took the next steps, finding our groove in our child's educational experience. And that was a very nice long email that we got. I have a picture just to illustrate once again that we're not limited to age on our students in any of our other functions other than that child find function. These are actual pictures from Dunellen Elementary School. They had a literacy and culture night, and so we were there and provided resources to our parents, and we have our parent family services specialist and one of our human resources development specialists attending there. Okay. Human resources development. So one of the questions that you all had was related to where these functions occur. Do other districts support that? And so we have our human resources development specialists. First of all, they'll collaborate with school districts, agencies, and other stakeholders. So what we want to do is make sure that what we're providing is what the districts need. Sometimes it's a matter of what districts want, and sometimes what they want is what they need, and sometimes the Florida Department of Education might say, well, they actually need this as well. And so we try to be very sensitive to those types of things as we're providing meaningful professional learning. I listed out some examples of things that they may provide. Classroom behavior management, that's a big ticket item that a lot of people need assistance with. And so we are very busy with our behavior professional learning, explicit teaching practices, and then things that are going to support post-secondary outcomes. These services, once again, are free of charge to anyone who participates. We had a very nice letter that we received from a new teacher. And so an excerpt from her, she said, I'm a more confident and reflective educator because of the support I received. I truly would not be the teacher I am today without Fiddler's guidance. Good testimonial, and then this is a picture of some of our professional learning events. So in the areas that we serve, we have kind of some designated areas which are our typical professional learning sites. I'm not going to read all these to you, but we have multiple sites in Alachua, Citrus, Dixie, Gilchrist, Levy, and Marion counties. And so there's a lot of coordination that goes on with calendars, training space, times, what time can we get in. Sometimes, depending on the nature of the professional learning, we may need to get in the day before to set up. There's one that we provided recently, multisensory literacy instruction, which has a ton of materials, and so we had to set up the day before. But we have sites in all of our districts. And then no project, no district, no school would be as successful if it wasn't for amazing staff members, right? We have to remember that each day. And so I listed out our staff members alphabetically. We have our grant manager, our confidential secretary, human resources development, child find specialist, another human resources development person, yours truly, a couple of additional child find specialists, parent and family services specialists. So that's our staff, small but mighty. what makes us small and mighty? 240 years of combined experience. I think the most experience we have among our staff member is 41 years in education. I'm going on my 34th year in education myself, and variety of roles within the education system. So typically when someone reaches out to us, we have someone that can address it, and that's very intentional. We don't hire folks that are cookie cutters. Everybody is the same. We want a variety of backgrounds, a variety of skills and passions. And so you can see that range of vocational experiences within education. We have a couple of military veterans. We have a Peace Corps veteran. We have a third of our staff takes part in the Take Stock mentoring program, and so we allow them to do that during their day. So we have a wonderful staff. We have some additional contributors that we contract with. We have a virtual learning and technology specialist. We have a consultant who offers our autism spectrum disorder add-on endorsement courses. And then we have a gifted teacher and consultant who facilitates our gifted add-on endorsement courses. Now, in terms of the types of professional learning that occurs, and I'm going to focus on this area for a little bit, but remember we have all four of those different functions. We have something called professional learning alternatives. That is something that is coordinated through the Bureau of Exceptional Education and Student Services, and it offers virtual courses free of charge to educators around the state. There are independent study courses, which are self-paced. They've got kind of some hard outside deadlines in terms of, you need to complete it by such and such a time, but it's pretty independent overall. And then we have facilitated courses, which have a course facilitator that helps folks along, answers questions, gives feedback, and those sorts of things. These courses range in length from 50 to 60 hours in our PLA portal. There's a wide range of topics. If any of you are interested, you're welcome to participate. We'd love to have you. Probably our most popular course at the moment is Exploring Structured Literacy. Key area within all of our school districts, a 40-hour course that can provide both reading and exceptional student education points for our folks. We have things related to behavior, differentiating instruction, some compliance or policy procedure types of things like matrix of services. And then we also have children that need an educational surrogate parent. So there are children whose parents are either unable or unwilling to participate in educational meetings, individual education plan meetings, and so forth for their children. So there's a process where we can train folks to sit in, that are officially sanctioned to sit in, given district administration approval in those meetings. So we offer that course as well. Our Fiddler Springs ASD courses, Autism Spectrum Disorder courses. Now, in terms of disability categories across the state, it's typically been specific learning disabilities and speech and language impairments that are the largest part of the pie chart, if you would, in terms of disability categories. Autism spectrum disorders is growing significantly and has for many years. And so one part of meeting the needs of those students is offering these autism spectrum disorder add-on endorsement courses. So we have 3 courses that are required, 80-hour courses. Most of that is course content, but they also have some supervised field experience as part of those courses. And then once they're done, they can add that on to their ESE certificate as an endorsement in ASD. We also have gifted courses, and I know that's been a discussion here in Marion County. We have typically offered all 5 courses every year. That's been our goal. Occasionally, they'll change some courses at the state level. They're changing one of the courses now, so I don't know if we're going to be able to get all 5 in this year. But these are 60-hour courses, free of charge. It would cost them thousands of dollars at a university setting that we can offer, and once folks complete these, and they can submit their credit and request the add-on endorsement. So it covers a wide variety of things related to gifted. Okay, some of our numbers, these are things from our center. So I have a category to the left and number of participants to the right. So behavior support, over 1,000 folks in our service area participated in professional learning related to behavior. Over 1,000 curriculum instruction, ed policies and procedures, over 600. So you can see, kind of going down the list, that's a large number of folks that we are having impact with. Child find contacts, 1,300. Well, you know, a majority of those are in Marion County, just based on the size of the district. We did over 1,000 developmental screenings last year, which cover those 5 main areas and some additional areas from time to time. And then there were 1,300 referrals to districts. We had over 18,000 folks that participated in family-related events or activities. So as we were tabulating this data, I kept looking at this number saying, that can't be right, that's too many, that's too many. That's the actual number when you consider all these community events, lots of different people. So we're impacting, you know, that great number of families through these events each year on average. And then family technical assistance, 281. Maybe a phone call or an email, and we follow up with our folks. Now, this is at the state level. At the state level, 11,000 behavior, 22,000 instructional strategies, kind of going on down the list there. Contacts with families and providers, 42,000. Referrals for IDEA evaluations, that would be primarily for preschoolers, almost 25,000 of those folks. So the network, statewide, provided 17,000 support opportunities, 109,000 to 109,000 individuals. Pretty massive project. As I mentioned earlier, we're highly accountable for all of our work. We project each year. We're limited to July 1 to June 30th, typically for our grant cycle. And within each of these areas that I mentioned, there's a lot underneath that. And so if there are individual questions that you have that aren't appropriate for the whole group, or if you want to, you know, ask any additional questions, I'm happy to try and do that. So it's been a pleasure sharing with you today. My prayer this morning was that I would be able to present clearly and that I could answer questions appropriately. So for the second part of my question, if you have questions, I'll try to answer appropriately that for you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you taking time to come and share what Fiddlers does for our community and other communities. I know I was one of the board members who wanted you to come forward, not just you particularly, but someone to come kind of talk in depth about Fiddlers. So I don't mind starting questions, board, if that's okay, or if other people have questions. Okay. So my first question is, are you guys connected with the Early Learning Coalition?
The Early Learning Coalition is a separate entity that was established by the state many years ago, but we participate with Early Learning Coalition. So they have a process.
Yeah.
If there are developmental concerns about a particular student or group of students, there's a process where they can refer to us. We can do developmental screenings. We also have one of our child find specialists that participates on the Early Learning Coalition board.
Okay, wonderful.
And I think there was a meeting, in fact, yesterday.
Yeah, they have great events, like Trunking It to Preschool is coming up, and so there are great opportunities to have a presence in the community. What is the wait list for a screening right now?
The wait list for a screening is very short. It varies a little bit based on the district. Typically 2 to 4 weeks would be the longest that someone would wait for a screening. Sometimes if they call or we've gotten the complete referral information, we might say, hey, we just had an opening next week. Can you make it at 10 o'clock at this particular location? So the waiting list for screenings is very short.
That's
on
wonderful.
our end, yeah.
So, we have your pie chart at the beginning of the PowerPoint, and to me it highlights that essentially a quarter of the work you all are doing is representative in Alachua County, basically the second biggest district that you serve. And so my question would be, I know you mentioned you have auxiliary sites that you support the communities in their community. The building in Reddick, do people outside of Marion County from the community come to the building in Reddick to receive services, either for screenings or otherwise?
So for professional learning, sometimes. It just depends on the training topic, the need, and so forth. So sometimes they will travel to our center. A couple of the pictures I showed were from our center's training room. So yes, most other professional learning, though, occurs in district sites. As far as child find screenings, no. We always do those within the district. Usually the district exceptional student education or student services department identifies the best location for those kinds of things. But as I mentioned, we'll go to other places as well. In fact, I was out at a child care facility in Chiefland supporting something back in December. So we go everywhere.
Wonderful. So, and I ask because candidly, the reason this conversation started, is around about a $300,000 roof that is needed for the Fiddler's building. And we are responsible to pay to put a roof on Fiddler's because the building is in our district. And so our capital funds, because you don't have capital funds, right? And so our capital funds are the funds that are required to repair the roof where you work. And so the conversation started, for context for the community, we were talking about redistricting, we're talking about maximizing and utilizing space on the north end, and simultaneously, a conversation was also happening about, in our capital plan for a new roof at Reddick, at Fiddler's, which is about a mile from Reddick Elementary. So this kind of all started from that conversation. As a board member, I am going to maintain that I think we need to have continued conversation about why we are the ones financially responsible for the capital projects related to your program. And this is outside of you, right? This is far beyond your purview. But as a board, I'm still a little confused why we have to be the ones to pay for the capital project when Alachua County, as an example, represents essentially 25% of the student population. So I don't know why we're not paying 50% of the bill and Alachua is not paying 25% of the bill, and these are rough numbers, but then whittle it down to Dixie, Levy, and everyone else. Why are we not having a shared expense if it is a shared resource? And that may just not be the way it's done across the state, and this may wind up being a legislative thing. I'm going to relay to our legislative, who's already typing, our legislative expert, Dr. Campbell. But for me, and then the next step, which I totally appreciate, your location being in Reddick has value because of the proximity to where everyone else is. However, what I also just heard you say today and this morning was that not a lot of people, and I wasn't trying to catch you, this is all just kind of happening authentically, but not a lot of people are coming to you. And so is it imperative that you are in Reddick, or could you be at another site that we have that is in better condition and in a different place that may have space for you? And so I'm thinking of Fordham as an example, right? So we have spaces at schools that we're still trying to maximize utilization that may not need $300,000 of work. And as a board, I think we have an obligation to be really thinking through to impact all of these little expenses. And so I appreciate the understanding of it. And I have some personal relationship with Fiddler's, so I really do understand the high quality work that Fiddler's is doing. And it's truly amazing that their wait list is so little, because it is not the same for every Fiddler's at all. Some communities are very overwhelmed with screening, so the work that's happening is valuable. My concern is maintained on the location of where you and your small but mighty staff work, and if we can be more financially responsible as a board for how we deliver that and provide that. Because if we're going to be the ones who have to foot the bill, I do think there should be some level of discussion on our part as to how we do that most financially responsible.
And those,
Yeah.
Before he answers that, I have a kind of add-on. to what you just asked. Excuse me. Do our district get any special type allocations or grants for housing fiddlers in our area? Because I would think that since we do have it and it is multi-county, that there would be some type of funding coming from somewhere, whether it was through grants or something, through Tallahassee, for us having it here and having that access to all those other counties.
No. So the money he gets is paid directly to foot all of his bills. So all the costs associated with fiddlers for people are covered by the fiddlers funding, which is we're the fiscal agent for. But there's no district funds being used to fund fiddlers as an organization, right?
So people, travel, materials, all those kinds of things are paid through our grant. Our grant has been relatively flat for at least 25 years. I haven't gotten a clear answer on that. And so the cost of everything has gone up as it has for the district. The costs that come off the top of the grant, the indirect costs, are something that's negotiated by the district finance department with DOE. So that's a decision that is above us. I think it's a very valid question to say to the Department of Education, can you, in special circumstances, and I know districts will request special funding from the department for various types of calamitous events or special situations. I know facilities is really in the spotlight right now because of some of the other legislation related to charter schools and fish plans and and all those kinds of things. That's a valid question for the Department of Education. So I don't want to minimize the number of people that come to our center, but specifically for child find screenings, we don't have a lot. We have people that come in for professional learning. We also have a production lab which is set up where teachers from any of our districts can come in. They can make materials for their classrooms. They can laminate things. They can paint things. So we a lot of times will also include that as part of a professional learning package where we may have them come in and do professional learning on something and then provide some materials that they can use as learning extension activities. So I don't want to minimize that.
Yes.
We have to be somewhere. The facility was, I think construction started in 1949.
Yeah.
So to put that in context, my dad was getting out of the U.S. Navy after being in World War II, 4 years earlier.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, wow, historically, that's very interesting. But you have a lot of other aging facilities as well.
Correct.
And so that discussion is a lot bigger than me. We need professional learning space. We need space for a production lab. We need sufficient office space. And so it's approximately 11,000 square feet. One of the proposals was for space that was 6,000 square feet, just not enough, really, to meet those needs. And so I think that's probably a discussion for a later date.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm not trying to lead us into the weeds on this at all, because this is far beyond where you live is historically. Can you speak to how obviously Fiddler's Springs was there before you got there, right? And so I would love to understand the historical how did Fiddler's Springs wind up being a Marion County's public schools responsibility from a capital perspective? That's really the question I have, because the work of Fiddler's Springs is amazing, but when we're looking at line item by line item, and this summer we went through a $64 million budget cut, $300,000 matters, right? And so yes, does the roof have to get put on if we stay there? Absolutely. But I think what I'm looking at to understand is, why is this not a shared financial responsibility of all of the districts who are benefiting from the services? And I don't necessarily think that's a question for you to answer, but that was really the crux of the reason I wanted to have the conversation today, board, was to really get through to the bottom of that. Mr. Whitehouse?
Thank you. So just as a reminder, at the next work session, I believe we are bringing back some facility updates on a few of our facility sites. Fiddlers will be one of them that we're going to bring a recommendation on, and we can certainly explore that question before then about whether other districts can spend their capital dollars on our facilities.
Yeah, that would be great. Otherwise, can the responsibility shift to Alachua County? They seem to have dwindling student enrollment and may have facilities that have availability. So, why is it us? That's just the question I have. So. Dr. Campbell, you're leaning forward. I don't have a full answer. I don't think Dr. Campbell's mic is on.
Thank you. I don't know that I have a full answer, but I'm just thinking historically when this would have been created. I'm trying to do a little bit of research, but not finding it right away. There were dollars out of the state budget that districts receive for capital expenditures back when this originally was established. That, as we know, over the last 15 years has dwindled and is non-existent really. So it's possible that this is one piece of statute and or funding and or DOE rule that hasn't kept up. And traditionally, the districts that would be more vocal about something like that potentially would be, or that represent the largest numbers of students, let's say that represent the largest numbers of students are already housing it just within their own district. So the Browards, the Colliers, the Lees, they're housing it, and so it just becomes a function of what they do. However, with the current rural renaissance that's happening, I think it does warrant a wonderful conversation right now, perfect timing to at least revisit it. So I kind of wish this had come up a little sooner so we could have really started talking about it legislatively. That's just my initial thought, is that that's why that nobody's really talked about it, because the districts with the largest numbers of students already are just taking it on themselves.
Well, and I really, the thought came to me because I just saw in the last couple of days the governor speaking to essentially pouring money into districts that are smaller to help revitalize some facilities and some capital stuff. And so that is not a benefit that Marion County ever gets, but that may be a benefit that another district that is neighboring us could get. And so I just really want to have thorough conversation about capital stuff, because there's value in making sure we all understand why it's our responsibility. Because if it is, it is, and we can decide to die on that hill or not. But I want to understand. So I'll open it up to the rest of the board. Board Member Thrower? Oh, okay. It doesn't matter. You can go ahead.
And Ms. McCall's in the audience. She was on the board then. I remember a conversation as I came onto the board, and I remember the person that was in the seat before me, Mr. James, had extensive conversation about fiddlers and about how there was like some special allocations that came from Tallahassee to Marion County because we were housing this. And if that's not so, I just remember that vaguely, and maybe Ms. McCall does or she doesn't. Okay, but I remember there was a big conversation about this fiddlers and how it was, because I agree, there should be shared costs. I don't want it to leave Marion County, I'll say that.
Well, I agree. I mean, I don't want, that's not ideal.
Located, but I do feel that if there's not a shared cost, and it could be percentage-wise, as you just stated, if we have the bulk of the students, of course, we should have the bulk of the expense. But I just want to make sure that we, in that research, and that we check that out.
Yes. Board Member Thurr?
Thank you. And first of all, it's always a pleasure to see you, Jim Husted. As I was reviewing your presentation before this morning, it certainly took me on a huge stroll down memory lane. And I remember, all of the stock photos pretty much were younger kids, but as an ESC teacher at the high school level, I do have to say how grateful I was for the member of Underground Disney that you guys are, and being able to provide resources, directly to my classroom that directly benefited students. So thank you, for your presentation and for being here today in the update on just the tremendous number of students and families that you impacted. It jumped out to me as well, and it's a concern because we're spending a lot of money on classroom behavior management. So it just, to me, showcases the importance of these continued strengthenings of our parent partnerships and connecting with kids as early as possible so that when they do come to us, hopefully they're a little more prepared, to get engaged and remain engaged and participate in the learning process. When it comes to the history part of it, when all this got started, the regional proximity was good, considering all the different counties that are served, and having an area. hey, it's all rural, so nothing is that easy to get to, but a few signs could, help direct people there a little bit more easily, which was part of this conversation. It's like, God, it's in such an isolated area, and what really happens out there, and, it doesn't seem that easy to get to. So all of these are definitely good things to be talking through. When it comes to the financial support of the actual buildings, many years ago we had PICO funds, and we had a lot more capital maintenance funding. And, we've just been slowly strangled by that diminishing funding source. And the Great Recession certainly didn't help. So we've just kind of continued to limp along on this and doing the best we can, which is we've become pretty good at doing. But in the meantime, renewed conversation about now this 1949 building is even older. Where should the money come from? And not just for the big projects, but also for the ongoing, maintenance, custodial, all of those things. And those are the types of expenses that when you really try to lean out an organization and share the expense, you can end up saving, a lot of money in the long run. So I would be in agreement from Board Member Cummings' standpoint that, we serve the greatest number. The location, in my opinion, should remain, in Marion County. But how the expenses are covered, I look forward to that conversation. And also, we're going to be heading up to Tallahassee the end of the month. We can add that to our list of things to point out and just continue to, move the ball down the field. So always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Board Member Conrad, did you have remarks?
I just want to quickly say, I won't belabor the point because it sounds like the board is in agreement on these points, but I just want to say good morning, Happy New Year. Thank you for being here this morning. I'm very appreciative of the service, not only for our students, but also for our staff. And so thank you for the preparation and getting this ready for us today. And I look forward to further conversation as we look about how to best meet the needs for your facility.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad.
Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. I actually had a question that was unrelated to facilities. And something has sparked my interest of late, specifically as it relates to students in foster care. So say we have a student or a child that is placed in foster care as a toddler. By rule or statute, at what point does someone say that child needs to be evaluated? Who does that? How does that occur? And if you'll allow me just a moment to say why that has become an interest. A year or so ago, we had some students arrive to us from another county in Florida in the foster care system that had been bouncing around, but they came in as first-time kindergartners. And neither of them had been evaluated, neither of them had an IEP, and both had significant challenges that potentially, having been addressed earlier in their foster care experience, could have actually impacted their educational journeys as well. So it's sparked something, and I've tried to reach out to Kids Central to ask these questions, but you seem to be the perfect person to give us some indication of how students in foster care specifically might be scheduled for evaluation within Fiddlers.
So we receive referrals from literally everywhere. We receive referrals from hospitals. We receive referrals from parents. We receive referrals from pediatricians. We receive referrals from grandparents, which sometimes we have to say, we have to know who the legal authority is over this particular child in order to pursue this. We receive referrals from Kids Central, other DCF-related types of agencies. So we will take referrals from anywhere. Individual cases, it's difficult sometimes because we don't know, for example, when the child was placed in foster care. Were they placed with a relative caregiver who didn't really have many resources, and a lot of times they don't get additional resources like traditional foster parents. Did they move? A lot of times, we have a statewide database that's highly confidential, HIPAA, FERPA compliant, and so forth, where we can look and see if a child has been referred in another county. But we see huge numbers of kids that are impacted by their mobility rate. And you see the same thing with, say, a second grader who has obvious, clear needs for some specialized instruction, but maybe they've been at 5 different schools or 10 different schools. And so sometimes it's a matter of catching up, but we take referrals. We have a system which allows for phone calls. It allows for confidential faxes. There's an online referral that we have a kind of a new amazing platform for. So we will take those referrals at any point. And our goal is to catch those kids, to find that child that is in need of services, but there are a lot of factors that are involved, and sometimes it's legal authority too. Do you have legal guardianship for us to be able to get permission to do this? So that's a very complex question, but we will take those referrals at any point.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that's helpful specifically for the students that are under age 5 for sure, because that's what Child Find is. I think those students that once they reach the school age, the response I had received was they essentially were waiting for them to get to school to start the process, and that certainly is not appropriate. I just wanted to ensure that there was a process in place that could ensure that those students could have been evaluated in advance of entering school.
Absolutely. And so for children under age 3, as I'd mentioned a little earlier, there's a program called Early Steps. And occasionally we'll get a phone call or something related to a 2-year-old. Well, we'll facilitate that transition to that Early Steps program. But if they're in that 34-month to 5-year-old range, and they haven't been in kindergarten, because if they're in kindergarten, there's a different set of procedures and rules in terms of referrals and evaluations. If they're within that age range, we will take those referrals, and we'll do everything that we can. Sometimes we'll get a referral on a foster child. We'll do the screening. They're awaiting a district evaluation to determine eligibility for services like developmentally delayed or something else like that. But then they're placed back with the biological parents, or they're placed with another foster parent. It's very difficult, so we follow up in any way that we can to try and support that family, but it's
Thank you.
tough.
That's very helpful information. And last point that I just wanted to make, Chair, because you had referenced her in this presentation just by name and not really speaking, but just want to give a shout out to Viviana Prieto. We have one of our legislative priorities deals specifically with gifted education, and the fact that the consultant gifted educator that you use to train all of the courses is one of our very own. I think we just deserved a shout out. Even though her name was on the screen, I thought that was great.
She is truly amazing, and we've had a relationship with Ms. Prieto for many years, and our facilitator for autism spectrum disorder courses, Dr. Shannon Gibson, is also amazing. And the reason we continue to contract with them is they do a great job, and we get great feedback from the participants, and the results speak for themselves. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add, I think that one of the biggest pieces that the connecting links that is missing, and our community is not unique to this, is the follow through, because fiddlers can only do what fiddlers' job is. And then fiddlers hands off the football to not only the parent for follow through and accountability, or the guardian, but also the school district. And then it becomes our ball to carry. And if there is not follow through on the parent's end, then the work you do is only as good as the work you can do for Child Find. And many personal experiences in the childcare industry will tell me that many a parent are uncomfortable hearing the reality of their child's needs, and that honest conversation is very uncomfortable. And so after a Child Find evaluation or screening, many parents feel uncomfortable proceeding forward sometimes because that the reality of an evaluation and understanding that their child truly has some developmental delays that need to be addressed can be uncomfortable. And then obviously the handoff between guardians and guardian ad litems and who has the authority to continue, or if parent gets back custody, that's also obviously a large barrier. But the reality too is, and I think it's important to at least acknowledge, there is a too late moment. So if your child if it is March of your child's VPK year, and we are just now realizing that you would like to start the evaluation process, the reality is it is quickly approaching too late. Now, does that mean Fiddlers won't do a screening? Absolutely not. You guys will do the screening.
Absolutely.
And if the child passes the screening is going to get handed to the school district. But the reality is that evaluation to impact, is probably not going to occur prior to kindergarten because of how long the process takes. And what I always stress to parents is, it is so much easier to get an IEP prior to the entrance of kindergarten. Once your child enters kindergarten, the process is just more complicated, and that is the reality of it. And so if I were to say anything today to advocate to any parent who may be tuning in, it is if you think your child has a perceived disability and they are between 3 and 5, you should use Child Find and get an evaluation, because we can support them with early intervention in our schools, and it will be so much easier for them to have the safeguards they need entering kindergarten and the proper supports. Just to Dr. Campbell's point of those kindergartners she was speaking of, those kids are going to spend at least 6 months getting evaluated in the school system because their processes are in place. We have to follow the law. And so the law and the procedures just look a little different prior to kindergarten. So I just felt compelled, based on the conversation, to kind of share that final note. But I'll open if the board has any further comment. Dr. Campbell?
Just to that point, perhaps in the future, board, that's something we need to look to. We're advocating this year that kindergarten become required. Well, perhaps, I'm not trying to put more work on Fiddlers, but perhaps we actually do say, if kindergarten is required, that the kindergarten evaluation process can happen at Fiddlers or happen through a Florida Diagnostic Center. So that way, if you're in kindergarten, if we're requiring it, let's have that evaluation happen just like others do. And then if you're in first grade and being evaluated, then that's different. So I think that just as we continue to process that and figure out if statute does get impacted this year based on other priorities we have, that might be something we want to talk about in the future. Thank you.
Yes.
Chair.
Reverend Cummings.
Madam Chair, I completely agree with you on that. The earlier, the better. Oftentimes, I think what's happening is people aren't as informed about the process of how to get their kids in the system or how to get this evaluation. And I think we as a district, all of us as a whole, have to do a better job of getting that information to the parents' hands and letting the parents know that they do have options. They do have a course of action and how to do it. Because to be honest with you, I've helped some folk with this. It can be intimidating. It can really be intimidating. And a lot of times, some of the parents are in self-denial about the kids have some challenges. But I think we have to do a better job of pushing it and not letting it just slip by us, because the earlier the better.
Yep.
The earlier the better.
Well, and so, did you have something, Reverend Thor?
And just thinking in terms of awareness of Fiddlers and everything that you have to offer, and that as a district, we still struggle, with turnover and churn of ESE teachers and paraprofessionals, and just looking for ways to make sure on the front end that every single person that works for us, because we have inclusion teachers too, that are really aware of Fiddlers, the trainings that you offer, how much money a teacher and or para can save, by taking your coursework, and just knowing about your availability is, I think, really important. Because it's great to be able to say, oh yeah, we all think early childhood is the way to go. Well, what's the infrastructure? What are the millions of details that need to happen behind the scene to support that effort, and getting that awareness out there and directly into our teachers' hands and paraprofessionals is super, super important.
So your comments are spot on, really. I often say to parents when they're reluctant, more information empowers you to do the right thing. Now, it's not my job to define what the right thing is for them, right? Because there are lots of variables. But more information empowers you to do that. And I would say the same thing for our teachers and for our staff. More information empowers them to do the right thing. And then they have to choose to do it or not, or to define what that right thing is. And so we are happy at any point to share with school staffs. That's why we're involved in so many community agencies. Another thing about our parents, I'm a parent of 2 daughters. One's an SLP, speech language pathologist. The other has an education degree. I'm a grandfather. I've been there. I see these kinds of things. Sometimes when a parent hears their child may have a disability, that's the last thing they hear in that conversation, right? You can talk for another hour, but they're back here and you're over here. And so in every situation, we try to be very sensitive to that, whether it's a parent family services request, child fund request, because folks are at different levels in their understanding. They have different experiences. Sometimes they're reflecting on their own educational experiences, right? And so they have this whole script in their head of what this means. And so we always have to be very sensitive to that. But we are happy at any point, invited by the district, invited by individual schools to share with staff, invited by ESE department. We do a lot, but we can do more in Marion County. So.
Well, thank you for being here. I know Dr. Brewer wanted to make some quick remarks.
I want to let you know that the courses that Fiddlers offers, it was just sent out this week in our certification newsletter. But what we can do is we can highlight those courses in other ways, such as our curriculum newsletters, just to remind teachers that this is available. Even if they don't want the full endorsement, as like the gifted or the ASD endorsement, they may be interested in 1 or 2 courses. So we'll do that. But thank you for being here.
Absolutely. And so to wrap up this item, I'll ask for any public comment on this item. All right. Well, I want to thank you for your time and your willingness to present about Fiddlers to Marion County Public Schools. Thank you. We will move on to item 5.1, which is our strategic plan for the 2026 through 2031 school year. I will welcome Mr. Whitehouse back to the podium.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning again, Board. All right, as you all know, our current district strategic plan, Achieve 2026, is going to sunset at the end of this school year. We are certainly working diligently every day to make sure that we reach all of the targets that we set forth in that strategic plan 5 years ago. But it's time now that we are also starting to work concurrently on a new 5-year strategic plan that we can be ready to launch this summer and into next school year, so we don't miss a beat with the work that we're doing with our schools. So I'm going to talk a little bit this morning about where we are in the initial stages of planning for the new district strategic plan for the next 5 years. And this is an opportunity for us to collectively reflect on some of these areas and gather some feedback from you all. I'll share kind of the timeline of what we're looking at. And then be able to talk through each of these key areas. So what we're going to discuss today is reflecting on our current core values and some of the feedback that our steering committee looked at with our core values, reflecting on our current vision, our current mission. We're going to talk a little bit about a portrait of a graduate, which is something that we are also concurrently working on as we develop this new strategic plan. And then an opportunity just for you all to reflect on the board commitment statement, something that you all have had in place for quite a while. And as we are reflecting on our core values, vision, and mission, we want to make sure that all of the messaging that we do as a school district aligns well together. And so that's just a good opportunity for you all to discuss that. So I'll start off with a timeline. So our first meeting was November 17th. We put together our district strategic committee and had our initial meeting. This is a very well-represented, diverse group of folks that we brought together to look at our district strategic plan. We have leaders from all of our key departments that are participating. We have principals from every level that are participating. We had our reigning Teacher of the Year and Rookie Teacher of the Year also participating as the teacher voice. We had Ms. McCall representing the CEP. We had our business partners there. We had a community member, we had a parent, we even had a student participant this time representing the student voice. So a really great, diverse group of folks that were able to contribute from a lot of different perspectives and discuss where we are as a district and start talking about where we want to go. So today we have our board work session. I'm going to share some of the feedback that we have from our initial meeting, and then we'll kind of talk through where we're going next. We have launched this week our stakeholder survey. So we sent out a survey to all of our employees at the beginning of the week and have also sent out yesterday a survey to all of our families and are sharing the survey link with students at the secondary level as well to gather feedback from all of our stakeholders on where we are as a district right now and what they see as priorities for us moving forward into the future as a school district to make sure that we can take that feedback back to the steering committee and really be able to reflect on the thoughts of the greater community. We're also concurrently doing a data analysis project with Hanover Research, so we are analyzing the last 5 years worth of academic data, looking at the last 5 years worth of graduation data, attendance data, discipline data, surveys that we've done in the past, so really just digging into a lot of data that we've gathered over the last 5 years, the progress of our district, to again get that baseline of where we currently are right now and use that data to help guide a lot of the conversations for developing our plan into the future. This month and next month, I'm going to be scheduling some stakeholder focus groups. So I've already got a focus group with our teachers this month that we're going to be going through and talking about a lot of these same things. I've also got a stakeholder group with our students. So we're going to be tagging in with Dr. Brewer's group of students that she meets with on a regular basis so we can get some feedback from them to add to that voice. And I'm also working to get some community groups that we're going to be presenting to as well. Again, just gathering as much input as we can about the current state of our school district and where they see us heading into the future. So March 9th and 10th is our next round of strategic planning with our steering committee. So we're going to take all of the survey data, the data analysis data that we have, and also our focus group information, bring that back to the committee with the goal of starting to hash out the new direction for the district with goals and objectives and opportunities for us into the future. And then I will bring it back April 2nd, will be the next work session that will be an opportunity for you all to take a lot of what we've done with the steering committee, digest that, and polish it up a little bit as we move forward with the ultimate goal of coming back on May 7th with hopefully a very finished product for you all to review. And then eventually, May 26th, the school board meeting will be able to put that on the board agenda for approval so that we can then take that new strategic plan into the summer, develop action plans with our departments around those goals and priorities that we have set, and also roll out the initiative in the summer at our Leadership Institute in July to make sure that all of our administrators, district and school level administrators, understand the work that's in front of us and can start building their plans around it. So that's a lot we're going to accomplish in a very short amount of time, but we have some great people, and I know we're going to be able to make this happen. So we're going to start off looking at our core values, and so I just want to give you just a little bit of reflection on what we talked about as a steering committee about core values, and then we'll pause for a moment to be able to talk about our core values. So the first thing we talk about, core values really are the foundation of everything that we do. So before we ever set the vision, the mission, and setting strategic goals and priorities, we really need to make sure that we have well-established core values as a school system that we can base all of those thoughts and ideas on. And so core values are those ideas that we refuse to compromise. They're the things that we are going to make sure every decision we make stays grounded in as we work on our mission in pursuit of that vision. And so making sure we have that as the foundation point is critical. And those are going to then inform our vision and mission statements. The words from the core values can absolutely be embedded in the vision and mission, though they don't have to be. And the last thing on there, which we discussed a good bit too, is that core values really need to be defined to make sure we remove ambiguity, because what a word means to you may mean something different to someone else. So if we can not only have those core values, but also define what they are to us as a school system, it makes it much clearer for all of our stakeholders. So these are the current core values for this 5-year strategic plan that was set back in 2021. So those core values are high expectations, trusting relationships, transparent communication, responsibility and accountability, continuous improvement, acceleration, and innovation. And those were adopted by the board back in 2021. Absolutely nothing wrong with any of these core values. They're all great values in and of themselves. One of the things that we certainly talked about as a steering committee is, can we define our core values a little bit more? Because the statements are good, but what do they actually mean to us as a school system? And so we had a lot of conversation around that. So I emailed you all last night some of the working ideas that we had as a steering committee. So I want to pause and just take a look at what the group came up with in terms of some of our core values. So we spent a lot of time in the steering committee thinking individually about what values we have within our roles as staff members, community members, parents, students, et cetera, and then really started to look for commonalities between those core values, the things that we could agree on, those shared values that we all had as a collective group. And so you'll see here in the first chart that's on there, these are kind of the overarching themes of the core values that the group had settled on, some of the descriptive terms that we had talked about that really spoke to the group, and then kind of a defining statement about those core values that you'll see over there to the right. Below that, you'll see what's lovingly termed Ben's core values, not named by me, but we'll work with it anyways. So, one of the thoughts that I had as we were talking as a group is, core values are great and we need to make sure we define them, but it's also important that people remember what our core values are. If we don't have them committed to memory and speak them and live them every day, then they just become something that we put up on a wall. And so being able to define those core values in a way that are memorable and easy for folks to be able to say, here's what we stand for, could certainly lend some advantage to us as a school system in making sure that the work we do stays grounded. And so we just listed out those core values as an acronym, focusing on some of those key areas: collaboration, opportunity, resiliency, and excellence. And then you'll see off to the far right just kind of the defining statement of each of those areas. So what I'd like to do now is just pause here on the core values and gather some feedback from you all. Again, our goal is not to today decide where we want the core values to be, land on anything. It's simply to reflect on some of the work that the steering committee has done, give some feedback. I'm also going to take a lot of this information, like I said, to the stakeholder focus groups and gather their feedback as well, so we can really try to put together a well-represented set of values and vision and mission as we move forward. So I'll pause there and ask for any feedback that you all have so far on the core values.
I'll open up to the board. Board Member Thrower.
Thank you. And reflecting back on when we did the strategic plan, I remember one of the big conversations, and hello, former board member McCall, you'll remember this too, that we wanted to keep it simple so that it would be memorable. And helping every student succeed, was easy, and it's also what I love about one team, one mission for student success. We kind of have blended those for right now. But keeping it simple, making it memorable, to me are really important. And as an educator, I'll point the finger at myself. We can be a little too wordy at times, but I think it's because we're so passionate, we think about every angle and what's the best way to say it, and you don't want to leave out anyone's idea, and you want to be collaborative, and then you end up with something that's 52 pages long, and we need impact. So I kind of like your core values, Ben. That's my opener.
Okay. Anyone else? Board Member Conrad.
Good morning again. I want to share the conversation was exciting to me as we started our meeting about working on the strategic plan. And what was exciting to me is that everybody started with a different word or a different idea, but ultimately at the end of the day, we all ended with the same group or list of ideas. Some of them were prioritized a little differently, but we all want the same thing. And I also agree with Ms. Thrower and Ben. I like the idea of having an acronym for it. our teachers, our students, our administrators. We have a million things, that we're working on and trying to accomplish every single day. And so I love the idea of having something simple that, we can call out to our class or our students, or, you can call out to your staff at the beginning of a staff meeting, that we can just really focus in on and say these are our core, our core values. So I really like that idea. I think keeping it simple is important.
I'll just add real quick, it makes me think of the big three on the north end. So throughout the north end schools, they have the big three, and now I'm gonna struggle to articulate
That's
them.
right, do your best, treat others.
Others,
Thank you.
yes, absolutely. You can't
It's
forget that.
ingrained.
So to my point, thank you, Board Member Thrower, they have been the same for a very long time. They are immersed throughout a variety of schools on the north end, and it is a part of the culture. So I agree. I think we're all, I would call it grade A human beings, so we know what good quality core values are. For me, I agree. I want something that is going to be ingrained, so that when you worked at North Marion 20 years ago, you still have it, because it's just a part of what you do. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehouse, for the email as well. I agree. I think when we came in with the strategic plan several years ago, it was to kind of consolidate everything, to bring everything to one place so that we could have a shared vision, shared direction, shared goals. I even in ministry, I try to keep it simple. I try to keep it a simple vision, simple plan, simple mission, and it has to be memorable if it's going to be impactful. And I think the simplest you can keep it, and where our kids can buy into it, our parents can buy into it, it's almost like you want to be able to sing it like they sing the ABCs or whatever. It has to be that impactful, and there has to be real buy-in for everybody involved. One thing that kills stuff is when you have certain people that like it, and you have this group of people that's kicking it down. And I think as a district, we can, you guys are smart enough, very smart, that you can put this together in such a package that everyone buys it, everyone gets it, everybody uses it all the time. As we go from school to schools, I know the North End has theirs, but as we go from school to schools, those schools have their core values at different schools. Oftentimes what bothers me is that you'll see one or two that are at several schools, but then you miss some that should be at those schools. So it would be something that if we had something that was pretty much standard district-wide, that would be more impactful. That's how I see it.
Sure.
Ben, I just have a quick question. I think about this and kind of uniting us as a district with our strategic plan. And so with Reverend Cummins' comment, each school has kind of their own motto. NH Jones has its own pledge, which, is ingrained into you. So are you thinking in the big picture down the road of us moving to something holistically as a district to go that far? Or are you still, and maybe it's too early for that question.
So they really would serve different goals. So having worked on the north end, obviously I love the big three, and I recite it every day in the morning announcements for our students to make sure that we ingrained it in their brain as much as possible. But really the focus of the big three is the tier 1 behavior expectations for the students. It's how we act as students in the North End community and has transversed to other schools as well. So where that becomes more of a how we act, this is a what do we as a school system believe in, that we're going to make sure that all of our decisions revolve around keeping these front and center, that the things that we do lead to this type of work, because these are the things that we're willing to die on a hill on, for, going euphemism.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. I too agree that an acronym is the way to go.
funny when I was reading this page 1 and then flipped to page 2. I automatically thought R was going to be responsibility instead of resiliency, though resiliency makes a much better term there. But I was going with the acronym, going collaboration, opportunity, responsibility. And but I see that you have incorporated leadership responsibility in the opportunity phase, so I understand how that's trying to be picked up. I think that this could be something that would be very memorable, and just a further definition of the word opportunity, because, and I know we're not supposed to be completely set on this today, but collaboration is what we were talking about yesterday, a lot of that. And so when you start thinking about if these do become the core values of our district, how are we really saying you absolutely have full reign to collaborate in as many ways and shapes as that looks? Same thing with opportunity. You have opportunities to, advance in your career and choose if you're a paraprofessional to become a school board member. Sorry, Nancy Thrower, I just called you out on that one. But you have the opportunity to continue advancing in whatever that looks like from the student perspective as well as the staff member perspective. Really putting that into some, I don't want to say put guardrails around it, but to say, are we really allowing it everywhere and in all things? I think it gives us a lot of opportunity, no pun intended since we're using that word, but I like it. I like it, and you guys did good work.
All right. Board? Okay, let's keep going.
All right, thank you very much for the feedback. So we will move on to our vision statement. So just highlighting what we talked about as some of the key points to keep in mind with vision statements. The vision is really where we see ourselves in the future. So if we could imagine an ideal Marion County Public Schools of what it would look like, this is what we see. And so it becomes kind of that North Star guiding light for us as we move forward into what we strive to be as an institution every day. Again, as we talked about with the core values, you want your vision statement to be simple and easy to remember, again, so people know it. They know it by heart, they live by it, they reflect on it. We make sure that decisions that we make embrace that vision and lead us in the direction of that vision. And so we've heard it once already today, but our current vision, helping every student succeed, again, certainly meets that mark of being very simple, very memorable, and serving as a guiding light. I will share one of the things that we talked about as a steering committee is the word every, and swapping the word every out when we talk about how we support students to the word each. And the conversation around it is that every tends to wash over and blend everyone together into this one uniform bucket, whereas using the phrase helping each student succeeds focuses on our intentionality to work with individual students and making sure that every student is met where they are and has the path forward that meets their needs. And so it takes a holistic approach in a statement by changing word down to a much more individualized approach. And so you'll see when you look at, on the next page, some of the visions that our committee worked up, you'll see that word each reflected a lot in there, as we certainly bought into that concept of wanting to make sure we really are focused on individual students. So I will, again, pause for a moment. You'll see there we've got vision statements, some working ideas for vision statements listed on there that the group came up with, a variety of those vision statements. You'll even see one where it was simply just changing helping every student succeed to helping each student succeed. And so I certainly welcome your feedback on things that stand out to you as you look at the vision statements, any that speak to you or ones that you think maybe we need to go back to the drawing board on. We'll take feedback in either direction, but I welcome that at this time.
All right, I open up to the board. Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. I'll start this one. Personally, I'm going to offer a bit of pushback on the thought that every student doesn't say each student. I am still really in support of what our current vision statement is, and I can give you a couple of reasons why. We didn't say helping all students, plural. And so the fact that every student is singular, to me, gives enough emphasis to say that it is each student because it's singular. I also like the idea that helping, to me, means that if I am a custodial worker, or if I am in payroll, or if I am, that my job is helping that student succeed. Now, I may not be able to ensure that student succeeds because I interact with that student, but I can make sure my job is helping them to succeed. And so that feels more, we landed on it for a reason when we did it before, and I think it really just encompasses every single job within the district that not only is impacting every student, but also whatever your position is, if you're a diesel mechanic, or if you're, making sure the lights are on, or whatever your position might be within the school district, it really is helping students succeed, and that way it's every student. So that, I personally don't think the vision statement needs to change. That's my opinion.
Yes, Board Member Thor.
Thanks. I can piggyback on that because we had very spirited conversation from what I remember. That was probably one of our biggest challenges, was landing on this vision statement. I think at one point we were at helping each and every student succeed, but then, we argued that that was redundant and we were trying not to be wordy. So it was a fun process. Thank you for reiterating, Board Member Campbell, how important it is for every single employee to know, believe, and trust that their job is to help every student succeed. And I hope that we can continue to break down those silos of, well, just because you don't touch students directly, with a pat on the shoulder every day, doesn't mean that it's still not your job, to help every student succeed. And anyone that isn't doing that is detrimental to the rest of us, and that doesn't embrace that. So I love the idea of unifying it, and I also want to hear other suggestions, but I think helping every student succeed is pretty succinct. So I just wanted to share that kind of history on it, too, of how we landed at that statement eventually. It definitely was a pretty broad and deep conversation.
Well, and if I can add, I think for me, maybe it's about, I don't disagree with the sentiments that have been shared regarding help, and where that word help kind of delineates. I think potentially maybe clarifying what success looks like. Because helping every student succeed is maybe too vague. Maybe it's, and vague is good because it's overarching, but I think that our goal is that everyone graduates. As an educational institution, I think our goal is that every student graduates in their own accord, whether that's an 18 credit, a 24 credit, whether they're doing dual enrollment, IB, AP, they're doing a technical certification, like whatever it looks like, but they are getting to graduation, because that is the end goal, I think. I mean, for me as an educator, I would say that's the end goal. And so, is it helping every student graduate? How do we get to that clarification of what success looks like? So that would maybe be a talking point that I would want to dig into. I don't disagree with helping, because I agree it's even every single person in Marion County Public Schools has shared responsibility in getting that student to whatever success is defined as, but a definition for success I think could be helpful. Board Member Conrad, you haven't had an opportunity yet.
Yes, I love the word helping. I think it also overlaps into the community, our business partners, mentoring, all of the things, our families. I love that. And I love the vision statement that we have, but I feel like people have become a little numb to it, because we use it all the time. We use it, and so it might need to be refreshed. So we have a new and renewed spirit to that vision, and the new commitment to that vision. I personally liked the wording of lifelong success, because just to succeed, I think can sometimes be lost. What does that look like? We envision it as educators, but what does it mean to everyone else? What does it mean to the community? What does it mean to families? And so I would be interested in updating it, just so we have something new and revised to move forward with.
Reverend Cummings?
Thank you. I was a part of the helping every student succeed, so I'm very partial to that. However, success does look different for each kid, each student. So when we talked, there was one in here that talked about academic something, inspiring each student to achieve academic and personal excellence. Every kid is not going to have the same academic, personal excellence and stuff like that. But I kind of, in understanding, helping every student succeed, I kind of think it works, but I also think it's not enough. My parents told me that it was their job to make sure that I got to where I needed to go in life, and it was their job to guide me or to navigate me. So I kind of see us as a school district being navigators, being guides of getting these kids to success, whatever that success may look like. Whether it's a vocational success, whether it's military success, whether it's academic and higher education, I think it's our job to be that force that navigates or guides them. So, but if we're sticking with helping every student succeed, I think we do have to kind of expand what success looks like, or what succeed looks like, because it's in our current climate, it's all over the place. What success? Some kids, graduation is success. Some kids, it's not to graduate; it's just to get a good job. Some want a vocational certificate. Whatever it is, we have to be able to expand on that.
Yes, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. So I'm going to come back to the original thought that I had. I still believe helping every student succeed conquers or accomplishes what we're trying to accomplish, because we're now creating new core values. We're potentially about to create a new mission statement that can encompass the definitions that you're looking for. I do agree that every child a graduate is also something we're going to incorporate now, that's going to be something, a part of our strategic plan. I don't think it has to be in the vision statement, because statute and DOE rules and all also make sure that we produce productive citizens. Like, it's not even just all about academic, all the behavior things we have to do, they have to know how to swim, all the different things that we have to do that are productive citizenship as well. I think all of that can still be lumped into every student succeed, because it is succeeding in all of those different things that we're required to teach them. And I'm going to liken it to a tagline more so even than a vision. It has become our tagline, it's in our logo, but when I think of a tagline that we all would resonate with and would know, is just do it. From Nike, well, what is it? It is anything. But for Nike, it was anything athletic performance, it was anything this, it was anything, it could be, but people use just do it in so many different ways. Well, what is it? They never had to define it. They never had to define it, and it still resonates with everyone today. And so that's where I'm saying helping every student succeed. Success is whatever that student is able to achieve, is whatever we're able to ensure that if it's a level 5 for one and a level 3 for another one, that is success. If it's learning how to clap your hands to say yes or no when you're a nonverbal child, that's success. And so I don't think that we have to define it in the vision statement as much as it just needs to continue to be the vision.
Okay. Well, I think you have a pretty well-rounded discussion and kind of where we are. So do with that what you will.
Good luck, Mr. Whitehouse.
Certainly will. All right, so moving on, the next piece we want to talk about is...
Oh, I'm sorry. Board Member Thurr had one more thing. I apologize.
That's okay. Just a question to confirm. If a student is successful, say, in their welding program and they earn their industry certification, but yet they don't pass that pesky Algebra 1, so they don't really graduate, but yet they leave us and start making $50,000, $70,000 a year as an underwater welder or whatever, So I guess I just want confirmation of my question, that if you earn the industry certification, that's separate from being a graduate, right? I mean, obviously for graduation rate, we want both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a lot of industries that certainly want to see a high school diploma or an equivalency, and then there's certainly industries that what they care about is your technical skills and your ability to perform the work. And I think that's really going to bleed into our portrait of a graduate, which we're going to get into in a minute, but I think
Great segue.
that's a great opportunity for discussion with that.
Okay.
That's why I said there are some kids that they're not concerned about graduating. They're more concerned about getting their industry certification because of the fact of them getting a better job.
Just to confirm that, Mr. Whitehouse, I think I'm going crazy. There is a pathway to graduate for CTE.
Yes.
A CTE pathway.
Yep.
Does that include the Algebra 1 EOC?
Yes.
Okay, as it exists right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It needs to go.
Yes, which we've talked about, and maybe I'm just remembering back to our legislative conversations, because at the legislative level, we have had conversations to say, if we are allowing them a CTE pathway and they've passed industry certifications, then if they can pass the certification without Algebra 1, then why do they need Algebra 1?
Yeah, so the CTE pathway removes some of the course requirements that students have, so it lessens the number of science and math requirements for students because they're finding alternative ways to prove competency in their chosen field. But unless you're ESE and you get an assessment waiver, there's no way around passing algebra or getting a concordant or comparative score for students to graduate.
That's why that conversation we had with Rep. Chamberlain more than once now, and others too, continues to really resonate. I'm sure with all of us, but especially, with me. There are so many ways to be successful. And I look forward to our legislature, because they're innovative and really visionary and wanting to be historic when it comes to supporting public education, will continue to hear us on these pathways. That's all I'll say. We'll leave it right there.
So next we'll lead into our mission statement, which again is kind of the continuation of our vision. So the vision is the ultimate goal of where we want to be as a school system, and the mission is kind of that those steps that we take, the daily actions that we make, the things that we say we're going to do on a regular basis as a school system to make sure that we are able to reach that vision. Does not have to be as short as certainly we want to be a little bit more clear in the daily work that we do and define some of the work that we do. And so you will see with our current mission statement, certainly is a little bit longer than our vision statement, not overly long. You certainly don't want to become so wordy that the message gets lost in the amount of words that are in there. But you'll see through some of the feedback from our group, a lot of people really did resonate with the current mission statement with just a few tweaks and some changes here and there, but you'll see a lot of the mission statements in here are fairly redundant of a lot of the words that we find in our current mission statement, as they are still truly reflective of what we want to do each and every day. So I will again draw your attention to some of the thoughts on the mission statement and welcome your feedback on our current mission and any of the thoughts or recommendations that went along with our group work.
I don't mind starting. I think for me, I agree. I think I like our mission statement for the most part. I would love to see a word that is stronger than the word together. Together to me seems like parents have an option. And I think the theme of this board has been that parents need to be an active participant. And that's been a theme across the state as well. And so maybe it's in partnership instead of together, or maybe it's collaboratively. I don't know what the word is right now, but I think I would love a word that is stronger than together. And maybe that's a little vague, but that's my first thought. Board?
Yeah, I can agree.
I get a thumbs up from Board Member Thrower, who agrees parents need to jump on board.
Get on the train.
Yep. Anybody else?
Are we talking about just that word, or are we
Oh,
talking
no,
about
just the
whole
mission, just the mission.
So I agree. I think I like the ones that had encompassed something to do with partnership. I also personally don't believe that Marion County Public Schools needs to be in the mission statement. So you'll see many of the mission statements that don't actually just say, in partnership, Marion County Public Schools will blah. I don't think that it's necessary that we have to have actually our name, Marion County Public Schools, in the mission statement. I also think it might give us that opportunity to use that each student that your team liked, as opposed to what our current one says is all students. So I do still believe the diverse and enriching pathways are important, but I think that it's diverse and enriching pathways for each student, because when you start thinking about pathways for students, you may get an industry certification, you also may get your ACE diploma, you also may get, a varsity letter, you also may get whatever, and so those are diverse and enriching pathways for each student. And so intellectual and personal excellence, I can kind of go either way on how, I'm breaking down our current mission statement. There are lots of good pieces and parts here. I don't know that we completely have landed on one based on what has been presented to us.
Okay.
I just have a comment I'll share. Dr. Campbell, when the steering committee met, I don't know how many, there was 50 or 60 people, Ben listed some, there was people from every group, community and all. The committee, or the group, felt pretty strongly about Marion County Public Schools. In fact, they wanted it moved to the beginning, if I remember correctly, Dr. Brewer. That ownership of us taking on the responsibility as the first take, as the key educators. So anyway, right or wrong, I just wanted to share that's how I felt. The committee really landed after a full day's worth of discussion. So I just wanted to share that with the board.
Thank you. And maybe it's, as I'm reading it, kind of one of the first ones that's up there, because it has the word in partnership. Maybe it's Marion County Public Schools, comma, in partnership or in collaborative partnership with families. And I don't know, we.
And Dr. James, that is really where they landed.
Yeah.
They're just moving it to the beginning.
But I do think that, I do think it's important to have the name. I think that's important. I think that has value personally. Dr. Campbell.
So then, with that being said, if we can pick apart the very last mission statement presented in the email to us that aligned with your helping each student succeed, I personally think then Marion County Public Schools partners as opposed to will partner. So partners or collaboratively partners, if you want to add collaboration. I don't know that that's necessary since it's a core value. If we're making collaboration the core value, this is like, we can massage this to death, but partners with families in the community to create diverse and enriching pathways for each student. Then again, to achieve intellectual and personal excellence, potentially that's where we further define success. And I'm not sure what that really says yet, but we're closer, in my opinion, on a mission statement with that one than some of these others that that have a lot more words to them. But I can get on board certainly with adding Marion County Public Schools to the beginning or having it start that way. But the way it currently reads, I don't know why we landed on it, honestly. I'm like, I don't know why we put it like in the middle of the mission. It seems awkward, so.
Well, and I would say I don't like the word will. Will to me, and this is just like a goal thing, as somebody who has spent a lot of time studying writing goals, will is such a weak word. Will gives opportunity for will not. And so I would eliminate will altogether and say we are, it's a present tense. It's a present tense word instead of a future tense word, because we are actively doing it right now. So you're not gonna be like, I will go to the gym 5 days a week. Well, no, I do, I am, and it makes a present tense. So I would certainly agree with eliminating the word will, and I like the word partner. I guess I would ask, as the team to talk through ways to constructively strengthen how we define partnership and then how we define intellectual and personal excellence, because I do agree that defines success. And so maybe, I think back to the 3 E's, 4 E's now, right? And so, and maybe bringing back graduate and saying, every student, intellectual and personal excellence through entrepreneurship, enlistment, enrollment, or employment. So I don't know if that gets to be too wordy, but like really defining what then is, how are we defining personal and intellectual excellence, which I think is defined by the 4 E's. And so I don't know that there's a place for that in there, but that's just a thought too. Board Member Thor.
Something that I was thinking about and listening to all these great inputs, and it made me chuckle about we could massage this to death, because it's a lot, and we want it to be right. But in the spirit of keeping it short, I just took a couple notes in this, Marion County Public Schools, in unity with families in the community, shall, because I like that, not will, shall, Attorney Powers, provide opportunities for each student to achieve their personal best. Now, further defined by I don't know what, but.
Yep. Okay. Reverend Cummings, anything to add? Okay.
All right, thank you very much. So on to our next topic. So this is a new topic for us, but I think very important in terms of the work that we're doing, which is defining the portrait of a graduate. And so this is not something that our steering committee took on per se, but something we certainly talked about with the steering committee. And so we're launching into this work with a number of different focus groups to gather some feedback, with the idea of trying to make sure that we can, as a school system, define what we want our students to walk out of our doors with, the skills that they have, the attributes that they have, so that we make sure that they're ready for the future, whatever that future may be. And we know that the future for our students that are young right now is certainly ever-changing with technology, and so we want to make sure that what we define really articulates a lot of that vision. And so we're going to spend a lot of time with focus groups over the next 2 months working with this, but I wanted to just start getting some feedback from you all. I shared 2 things with you. One, I met with all of the district directors, and we started a list of just gathering some keywords and ideas of things that we saw as important skills for our students in the future. I also shared an example from Gwinnett County of what a portrait of a graduate could look like as a finished product, just so you kind of visualize what we're working towards. But the idea, once we define what this graduate needs to look like, it helps us with the strategic plan and making sure that we have goals and strategies in place to build those skills within our students, so that when they do leave us, we can hopefully put out great products that are able to get right into the workforce and be successful here and abroad. So I will, again, just pause and welcome some feedback from you all on some of the thoughts we had from our directors in the portrait of a graduate and the example that we saw, and any ideas that you would like to add to this list.
I'll start. I think the list is comprehensive. It's probably too comprehensive. When I, as a visual learner myself, when I think about what a portrait of a graduate looks like, and I think about our PR team and Yamali specifically, but I think about a doodle of a graduate, and then words attached to parts of their body. So words next to their hands. So what are we doing with our hands? What are we learning and accomplishing that our hands can then do? So being a helpful citizen, as an example, right? Are you someone who walks down the road and sees trash and lets it sit there? Or are you someone who picks it up and puts it in the closest trash can? I always say that a good delineator for society is, are you the person who puts the cart back in the cart keeper in the grocery store parking lot, right? Or do you just push it into a random parking spot so it can hit someone else's car? My goal is that we are, I was going to say raising, because that's what you would say as a mom, but my goal is that we are graduating graduates that put the cart back where it belongs, right? And so I guess just to say, this list is great. It's very long and extensive, but I would say, in my head, it's a picture or a sketch of an outline of what a graduate looks like, and then words placed around their body, like a thoughtful whatever, and it's by their brain. And so as the words are attached to the things that their body can do in society, that's just what it looks like in my head. So I don't know if that makes a ton of sense, but that's how my brain sees it.
Absolutely.
Dr. Campbell.
So one of the thoughts, first of all, if this, I love the illustration that Dr. James just gave, because I think that would show it even more differently than the one that you sent us. And if this is from Georgia, is it from Georgia? Then it's Gwinnett. You said Gwinnett. I'm like, no, that's Gwinnett. And so as soon as I saw it, I was like, no, let me give you some Southern drawl on that. But I love that they have something that like this that can help us. The one thing that I don't see on the list, and perhaps it's somehow encompassed in the global citizenship concept, is the concept of being a giver. And I know that sounds really strange, but one of the reasons the Youth Philanthropy in Action curriculum was created was to teach students, and only a very small portion of our students receive that, but teach them what giving actually looks like, from time, talent, treasure, all of, like, what does giving mean? And so that probably is encompassed somehow in the word citizenship, but I don't know that it is. And if we're not making that one of again, Youth Philanthropy in Action was created kind of saying, if we're not teaching students to do that, and it's not naturally happening in a home or in the community, how is it being taught? And so I think that's a portrait of a graduate that I would like to see. And whether that, a lot of them have to do community service hours, that's giving. They just don't realize it. Or being a mentor, or reading to younger kids, or whatever it might look like, that's giving. And I think if we defined it as such, I think that would be even more powerful, that we would be producing productive citizens.
Okay. Reverend Cummings.
I know we have some students on the committee, correct, that are helping with this. I think the picture of a graduate looks different again to everybody, and what their expectation is. I personally think you need to ask seniors. You need to ask those who are going to be graduate, what do they think a graduate looks like, and do some type of survey, informal survey or whatever, and because they're the ones that's getting ready to go forward. We all know what a graduate looks like because we are graduates. So we know what it looks like from our vantage point, but what does it look like from someone that hasn't gotten there yet? Mm-hmm. And that's what I think brings value to the table, to this conversation for this. So,
Well,
yes.
and I was going to say, Reverend Cummings, I think we know what we want it to look like too, right? And so I think getting clarification on this is our desired portrait of a graduate, and not necessarily what every graduate looks like right now. Because yes, we're all graduates, but then as parents and productive citizens, we know what we want, the product we want to be turning out. And we fall short. Every day we fall short, because as a community, we still have work to do. Because this isn't just a Marion County Public Schools responsibility. The community has the responsibility to develop productive citizens, and I will die on that hill for sure. To Reverend Cummings' point, as a group that is varied, having a true collaborative conversation about what does the community think a graduate should look like, because passing the Algebra 1 EOC, for me, is really low on the totem pole. Like, yes, it's a requirement to graduate, but to be a productive citizen, I could care two hoots if you pass the Algebra EOC. To me, that means nothing, because quality of character and the type of person you are is far more important than whether you know how to pass an Algebra EOC. So I agree. I think having that collaborative conversation, not just with seniors, but with people who are in our community, who are living with our graduates, as our graduates enter the community, what do they want to see from our graduates that we can work on? And then as a community, we can have community outreach to say, these are the characteristics our community has defined as what a graduate looks like. How can we as a community improve this? Anybody else? Board Member Conrad.
Thank you, Dr. James. I just want to say I love this piece of the conversation. I too visualize, a picture of a graduate, abstract kind of thing. But then I see it more like we do our standards. I think about the bold print being what we talk to our elementary students about. And then in middle school, we do a deeper dive. When our students are in high school, we're talking about conversations like Dr. Campbell just shared. What does giving really look like? When do you do that? How do you do it? What does it feel like when you do it? And so this is the first I've heard of this part of the strategic plan, and I'm really excited about it. I think it's exciting. I just see it being incorporated in the work that we do every day from the ground up.
And that's really the ultimate goal, Ms. Conner, when we get this finalized and we start to build out the action steps of the strategic plan, is taking some of these skill sets that we want our students to leave with, and how do we build those down starting in kindergarten, and what are the things that we focus on each year to make sure that by the time they graduate, they have those skill sets in place.
Awesome. Okay, are we ready to move on to the final component board? Right, we have one more piece to it.
One more. All right, so the last one is not me, it's really all you, but I wanted to give you all an opportunity, again, just to make sure that all the work that we're doing as a school system aligns, and just in light of some of the conversation we've had today about rethinking our vision, our mission, and our core values in this Portrait of a Graduate as we move forward, giving you all an opportunity just to discuss your board commitment statement that kind of syncs in with all of that work. So I will yield the floor to you all, and certainly anything I can do to help gathering more information, whatever, I'm happy to do.
And so, board, I'll read it real quick, just to remind us. I read it at the beginning of the meeting, but I'll read it again real quick. We are the Marion County School District leadership team. When we come together to work, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first, and we will leave a legacy of success. So, I think the first thing we need to discuss, board, is do we want to dig into this now, or do we want to wait until the vision and the mission and that work is done? And I would say I kind of want to wait until we have really redefined, or not, the work of the school district, because to me the work of the board should be in alignment with any transition we do there. But that's just my 2 cents. So, Board Member Thurr.
I'll just say, I agree with that 100%. I was thinking the same thing, that I want to see, what we all come up with for our strategic plan, and then our commitment statement needs to reflect all of the elements of that, not specific or too long. Try to not have too long. Because I can pretty much say it from, my own head, our board commitment statement now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's also important, because then that means it has ingrained itself. So,
Yeah, okay.
I agree.
Board Member Conrad?
I agree. Yeah, I don't want our board commitment statement to end up being an outlier, from the general work of the team. And so I too would like to wait and see where we land, so we can at least be close. And I think incorporate some of the same language, so it's all interconnected.
Certainly the same words, right? So if the word choice changes for me, I agree. I want to change some of, maybe the theme of our commitment statement doesn't change, but the language, the actual word choices shift. That would be something I would think too. Reverend Cummings, I see you leaning forward.
I concur that we need to wait on looking at the board commitment statement. And let me say something too while I say that when that board commitment statement was generated, the district was completely different.
Mm-hmm.
This board was completely different. The mindset and the atmosphere of Marion County Public School District was different. So honestly, I kind of think it's a little outdated, to be honest with you. We were going through some tumultuous times, and we were dealing with COVID. We were dealing with the change of a superintendent from elected to appointed. So I think it's time for it to evolve, to be honest with you. But I think it needs to evolve with our strategic plan as well. So,
Okay. Dr. Campbell?
So I agree that we need to delay the revisiting of the board commitment statement, which actually is the district leadership team commitment statement. When I reflect back, we did a little history lesson a moment ago on some things. I'll do this one as well. The commitment statement in its original form was actually created prior to my election in 2020. So this actually predates me, much of the language, but it was adapted during a master board training that we did as soon as I had been elected. And at that time, I was the only new elected board member joining a board of 4 existing board members. We know for certain that will be something that happens in November
that we will have a brand-new board member, because we have one board member who has definitely said she is not running for reelection. I would ask that we potentially delay this adaptation until after those November elections so that we have the full weigh-in. We'll have the adopted strategic plan at that point, but we would delay this conversation to change it even to December, perhaps.
Well, and to your point, certainly, I mean, Mr. Whitehouse's projection doesn't really have the strategic plan done until May. And in this community, most local elections are determined in August. It may go to November, but based on the election and the election cycle and what happens and how seats change, I think we can have an active conversation about it and figure that out. I don't know, I would say I don't know that we need to completely not address it, because if there are word changes we want to do and that kind of stuff, I would say let's do that work, but then absolutely revisiting when the board changes. But then I reflect back to when I got on the board and we never talked about it. And so I would argue that every time the board changes, the board should revisit the commitment statement, because once the board begins their work and they learn their way of work with each other, should we not at least have a brief conversation about the commitment statement, right? Because the dynamic of the board sometimes doesn't change at all, right? And sometimes, like this last election, we're all still here, right? But sometimes it changes drastically.
Certainly, and again, just to reflect back, that was done in a master board training when we did that, and to my knowledge, since you've been elected, we've only had one of those, and I do think that we did talk briefly about that. That might be a wonderful insertion to say, as we welcome our new superintendent, perhaps a master board training would be a wonderful opportunity for us to gather together in a training type situation that would be wonderful for us to gain. You are correct. We didn't have a changeover of board, and so I do think there would be wonderful opportunity for us. I'll just leave it there.
Okay, so I think what I have heard is, like, we want to wait until you guys finish the work on the strategic plan, and then maybe the board will look at some of the language and word choice you have and maybe make some changes, and then again revisit after the election next year.
Sounds great.
Is that a good summary? Yeah? Okay. All right, well then, Dr. Brewer, do you have anything to add?
No, I just really appreciate the conversation about the community and giving. I like that to be included in the Portrait of Graduate. It was good to hear that discussion. You may recall even during the Marion Technical College's graduation, that's what my message to the graduates were, is to give back to the community, and they're going to be the ones serving our community and helping neighbors. So I appreciate that perspective. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Whitehouse.
Absolutely, and I would open it up to public comment for this item. Okay. Hearing none, we are going to move into the Waimea Park agenda item, which is agenda item 6.1. And board, after this item, we will take a 30-minute lunch because everything after this item is essentially a board-related item. I mean, everything's related to the board, but staff has very little interaction with the things that we're going to discuss at the second half of our agenda. So we will talk about Waimea Park and then take a lunch, and then the board will kind of get into the work on the 3 remaining agenda items. And Ms. Terry Brown will be joining us from legal to help facilitate and note take a little bit too. So Ms. Kynard, welcome you to the podium.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Board Chair Dr. James, Dr. Brewer, and board members. Happy to be here today to talk about Waimea Park Elementary. As we know, Waimea Park Elementary utilizes an extended school year schedule that is allowable by the state. As we prepared for the instructional calendars, we took input on the draft instructional calendars for the 2026, 2027, and 2027, 2028 school years, and we gathered the input from Waimea Park administration and staff. The draft calendars model the last 2 years of the instructional calendars for Waimea Park Elementary. Feedback was received to separate some of the days of the 2-week spring intersession, as that was a very long time for students to be out of school consecutively in March. The normal Marion County Public Schools spring break time frame has remained in the draft calendars, and the other days were placed throughout the second semester. The draft instructional calendars take into account the MEA contract, school board policy, and state statutory requirements. There are 180 school days, or the hourly equivalent, and 196 teacher days. The draft calendars maintain the holidays that we observe each year and include 6 early release days for professional learning. They also include intersession breaks to account for the earlier starting date for Waimea Park for each school year. The draft instructional calendars are closely aligned with the traditional instructional calendars that we have here in Marion County Public Schools. If needed for weather makeup days, the weather makeup days for Waimea Park on their draft calendars would be the January Professional Learning Day, the early release days that we have 6 of, and we would extend the instructional day if necessary. The 2 draft Waimea Park calendars for the 2026-27 and 2027-28 school years will be on the January 24th board agenda for board approval. And at this time, I welcome any comments and Dr. Brewer for additional comments as well.
Thank you so much. I'll open it up to the board. Anyone have any remarks to open it up with? Otherwise, I can start, but. Okay, I was just checking the calendar, specifically looking at Good Friday, because I know that comes up sometimes when we discuss calendars. So it looks like Good Friday they're going to get Good Friday in the 27-28 year, based on how Good Friday jumps around. So my only, I guess, pause would be that historically as an educator, the month of May is sacred. You can't go anywhere, you can't do anything. There's no field trips, there's no nothing, because May is testing month. So I find it a little odd that they're gonna take 2 days off at the start of May. So I guess I will leave it as a wondering, and maybe you can expand on the decision there, because typically testing starts the first Monday in May, and Mr. Whitehouse maybe can speak to that, but I believe typically we would start testing on the first Monday in May.
Sure, and we definitely would, and that would be our 3rd grade testing that we test first, as we do in the state of Florida. But we really needed to put those 5 days spread out for that second part of their intersession so that it wasn't consecutive in March. And we really did not want to have those additional days in one particular month. For example, we didn't want to have 4 days in the month of April as we were preparing to lead up to PM3 for Waimea Park. And so the administration, in our feedback, we felt that those would be 2 days in the first week at the end of May that would be okay to do the intersession 2 days off for students.
I guess my question would be, why wouldn't they just get out of school 2 days early? Why wouldn't they just be done 2 days before everyone else? I just think it seems very risky when you're working with a clientele where attendance is still a barrier. In the first week of testing, where testing is we're seeking top attendance, and then we're interrupting and giving them a 4-day weekend. I guess that's just something that I think would yield not exactly the results we're looking for. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't know why we wouldn't put them at the end of the school year and let them get out early. They start earlier anyways. It's not like we all end at the same time since we started year round. That's what we've done. But they don't start at the same time. And then their spring break is similar to ours, but is different right now. And their Thanksgiving and Christmas are the same-ish, but they went back early for after Christmas break. So it wouldn't be weird if they just got out 2 days before everyone else, I guess, would be my question. Is that something we can't do?
I mean, I think we could do it. We just have to have the amount of days. But I would just like to comment that I know the staff and the parents at Waimea Park, they do appreciate trying to, even though they do enjoy having this extended school year calendar, they also enjoy having as many of the same big dates that Marion County Public Schools has, because we do have lots of siblings that attend Fort King Middle, Vanguard, and so keeping them, it's not something we couldn't do, but I do know that they do talk a lot about trying to keep consistency for some of those bigger days, like that last day of school timeframe.
Understood. Board, I open it up to you all, but that would be my major reservation with the calendar. Dr. Campbell?
So Dr. James, then your proposal would be that they would have the 2-hour early release on May 23rd and teacher workday on the 24th. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the 27, 28. Let me pick the 26, 27. So in the 26, 27, they would actually get out on Monday?
Monday, the 24th.
Monday, the 24th, with a 2-hour early release. Yes? No? Yes?
I guess my question would also be, though, the 2-hour early release is something that we do for PD. We're not doing PD on the last day of school. So the calendar committee, if I'm remembering the conversation correctly, and maybe Board Member Thrower could speak to this because that's your committee, right? Decided a 2-hour early release is a great idea on the last day of school. And as an educator, I completely don't disagree. So yes, it would fall on Monday, but also we do things differently for Waimea Park based on this calendar than we do for everywhere else too. So, I mean, if that works for Waimea Park and they want to just come to school for 2 hours or for 5 hours on a Monday, that's fine. But also, they probably don't need those 5 hours to meet their hour requirement, I would guess, and they probably could just finish school on the 21st. I'm not Mr. Ayers, but if I were to guess, that would be my bet. So that would just be something I would say.
Sure. So that would be the question that I think needs to be answered. I do agree that having 2 days off, granted, if third grade testing can get completely accomplished on the first 3 days and all of the rest of your testing happens the second 2 weeks, it kind of is almost like a little reward for those third graders. Yay, you did such a great job. Now, you know, because if they're finished with all their testing, then it kind of is that little reprieve for them. However, your fourth and fifth graders, it does them a disservice because they do have a couple of days that they could be using for additional prep and review. So I could go either way on it. I appreciate the conversation about it. I understand the concern.
For me as a teacher, if I knew I had testing on Monday, the 10th, I would not want my kids coming off of a 4-day weekend. I can tell you that right now. And I'm just kind of surprised the teachers and staff had this as desirable because there's no way you're going to knock out also. I mean, the testing schedule is going to have to show testing on the 10th. I would guess, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say someone is going to have to test on the 10th. And so to come back off a 4-day weekend and somebody is, that's not an ideal scenario for anyone, any educator, in my opinion, whose VAM is related to the data. So that's I don't know.
Right, and if I could just speak to that. Thank you for the comments. You're correct. The teachers certainly want the students in school for as many days as we can have them before testing in order for them to do the best that they can. They were very adamant that they feel, and they are getting very nervous and concerned this year even as we go into the second semester and we lead up to that spring intercession of 2 full weeks in March. So they were very adamant about having that second 5 days split somewhere so that it wasn't as long. We can do third grade testing. We do it now in all of our district schools in 2 days. Now that's not counting makeups, right? But for all students that come, they do have third grade ELA testing on one day, and then there's math testing on a second particular day. And sometimes schools that are smaller can do all of their small groups in one day. Some spread the small group testing schedule out a little bit. So I'm referring to the main testing days. If we were to do those 2 days off on Thursday and Friday in May, certainly the school would most likely not have scheduled testing on that Monday, and they could still fit that in there because they would have to do their fourth grade testing, ELA math, fifth grade, ELA math, and then the science. There would be enough days. Yes, it would be tight. You would have to do makeups, small groups. It could be done. They wouldn't necessarily have to test on that Monday. That would be left up to the administration and the staff at Waimea Park.
Ms. Thur.
Thank you. And just to confirm, while it might have been a great idea to have a board member on the Waimea Park instructional calendar, we didn't have one. So I'm seeing this information at the same time as the rest of the board is. What I will say is that because it is a unique calendar, it presents some unique challenges. And my feedback on this would be that the points raised by other board members are definitely worth pondering, although I get the sense that you guys noticed those same challenges and talked it through, and this is what you landed on. So I guess that's where I'll stop talking. I think that it is really important to, with some notes of caution, which are certainly warranted, in my opinion, too, as a board member, to honor what this, population in school has come up with, to continue to work in the parameters of their more unique instructional calendar. So.
I have a clarifying question. When is PM3 for K2?
April, usually the last 2 weeks in April.
Okay. Okay, Board Member Cummings or Conrad?
That is a very long weekend, and I was trying to look and see where you could split those up, but to be honest with you,
It's also.
I don't think it's going to be conducive to the kids doing well. If they have that, they're coming back 4 days. That's like a little mini spring break again in there. So, but I'm not the expert in that category, so I'll let you guys deal with that.
I do also
Yeah, Board
just
Member,
thought of something.
sorry.
The community is also doing some incredible in-reach into a lot of the apartments and areas. So it is entirely possible, and I don't know this, I'm just thinking, that knowing Waimea Park, they're probably thinking of ways to have some tutoring and things going on those days off from regular school. And so that crossed my mind as well, and I just also wanted to use it as an opportunity to commend them for everything that they're doing to connect with the community and make sure that the kids have a bus to school and, remove as many barriers as possible as to why kids are struggling to succeed there.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you bringing that out, and I'll just take this moment for the community as well, thanking Dr. Brewer, Mr. Whitehouse, the board, for allowing the opportunity for all of our students to have an opportunity to have a bus. We have very, very few walkers, and the walkers that are walking at Waimea Park are choosing, to do that, which is great. They're able to do that, but they're also able to have that opportunity to take a bus, which has helped our attendance. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to fit it in here, but I would love to give them a shout out. Their attendance average is up by 2 percentage points over last year's attendance for school year to date. I was just looking at the data dashboard again last night to look over it. But the more astounding data is with their chronic absenteeism data over the last 2 years. And we know nothing's perfect, right? There's lots of variables that consider and go into this, but their chronic absenteeism rate has decreased by 15 percentage points in their chronic absenteeism with that group of students. And so that's outstanding for that staff, that community, and for the students there.
Give them a little shout out.
Can't help it, I love them.
Ms. Kerner,
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
also I do know that as Board Member Thrower kind of jogged my memory, there have been some reach out from a couple of those housing apartments that have asked for assistance so that they could do some tutoring to those kids. So that maybe if we kind of collaborate with them, since we're talking about collaborations and partnerships, maybe those 2 days could be worked out with those housing complexes to put some type of program or implement something in place so those kids do get some extra tutoring during that time. So there isn't a huge fall off over those 4 days.
Yes, sir, Reverend Cummings, and I think that's a great idea. Waimea Park is always looking for out-of-the-box opportunities to help their students, and I think those 2 days in May, while they may prove to have some challenges also provide an opportunity to maybe do some of those out-of-the-box tutoring ideas and outreach to areas like Berkeley Point, where we know those parents and families would welcome that opportunity to have.
Good, Dr. Campbell.
Will these two calendars, as we approve them, be the last two calendars of the 5-year pilot, or we still have another year calendar? I can't remember exactly what year the 5-year pilot ends.
I know we're in year 2, so.
We're currently in year 2.
Currently in
Okay,
year
so
2.
we'll have 3 full school years left of the pilot. And there were 3 schools originally selected for the 5-year pilot. Obviously, we're still continuing, and this, if we approve these 2 calendars, then we're going to continue this for 4 years at least, is what that says to me. The academic data hopefully will be enough that the state will determine if this is something we want to have moving forward. Always love the idea of being a pilot. I'm hopeful, well, I know that we're tracking all the things that are helping us be effective as opposed to why we might not want to pursue this. So that was just my question about how long the pilot lasts.
One thing I did notice that I think is missing from this calendar, typically Mr. Ayers puts the quantity of days per quarter on the calendar. It's usually on the bottom left-hand side. I don't see it on this calendar, and I was trying to look at that because I was creatively trying to move those days in May. And so if we could just get those days on the bottom at least so we can understand that impact and the sharing of those days across quarters.
Absolutely. I want to give Mr. Ayers some homework over this.
And I will say, I mean, I have concern about those days in May. I respect the staff's work and the school's work, and if that's what they think they want to do, then that's fine. I certainly would say we should not test on the day we return from a 4-day holiday.
Agreed.
So, Board Member Conrad.
Good morning, Ms. Kynard. How are you? I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and I value it. But just coming out of the classroom, I could not be in support of taking those 2 days at the beginning of May. Coming out of a fourth grade classroom, knowing the review that takes place right before that, I would not be happy as a teacher losing my kids for 4 days before that assessment went out. And I appreciate that there may be, an alternate to tutoring somewhere else, but then I go back to where's the best place to get that review, and it's with their teacher. So I really would like to look at another alternative. It doesn't sound like the rest of the board is in agreement with that, but personally, that would be my preference, is to look at a way to not have them miss any days in May. I also think that even though they have a unique calendar, it sends a mixed message to the rest of the district, because we don't allow anybody else to do anything in the month of May. That's sacred time, and so if it's sacred time for the rest of our schools, I think it should be for Wyoming Park also. Trying to think if I had anything else I wanted to add. Anyway, I will support, whatever decision the board comes to.
Can you confirm, I have a quick question though, to your point, Board Member Conrad. So has this gone out to families for surveying or thought pattern, or is that not our way of work?
I don't believe the draft calendars have gone out per se, other than the way we've done it.
Okay. I mean, I know that we don't do that for the regular calendar, right?
Not for draft, I don't think, do we?
Well, they definitely go out to get feedback.
They get surveys.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering. I'm trying to think about. So Board Member Thor, can you, no? Is that not accurate?
No, I just was verifying with Mr. Whitehouse. Since I am presenting for Mr. Ayers, he does a very thorough job with this, and I do know that the regular draft calendars for MCPS, I believe, were online. I don't think Wyoming Park's drafts were, though.
So then teachers have not, the teaching staff collectively has not had an opportunity to provide feedback on this.
As far as the teaching staff, Mrs. Hunt has worked with her staff on this. I don't know if it's gone out to community.
Go ahead.
When you say staff, Ms. Kiner, do you mean like a small group, like a committee, or did the whole, like, was the third, fourth, and fifth grade team part of creating the calendar?
She may have done a committee, and if she did a committee, she absolutely would have involved her upper grades.
I think I need to understand that an impact. Like, to me, I most certainly don't want to approve a calendar that teachers are going to, who are very busy and probably not paying attention to this because they have other things to do, are going to, 4 months from now, come up for air and go, wait, we have no instruction in the first week of May? And so I would like to feel confident that the staff at Wyomina Park feel confident in this. So maybe if there's a way that these 2 draft calendars can go to them for feedback, and just ask the staff. I mean, certainly we can ask the community. I would like to do, first off, for the community, whatever we typically do for any calendar. So
Put it out there.
if we can go ahead and do that for Wyomina Park the same way for the community, but specifically for the staff, because I think at least myself and board member Conrad have shared, from a direct instruction perspective, concern about those days in May. Can we just ask the staff? I appreciate their concern about spring break, and I totally hear that and agree with it. I have a recommendation, move April up to the 8th and the 9th, and then do the 22nd and 23rd and do it every other week in April. I mean, I could come up with a variety of, or do it every Wednesday for the month of April. I mean, I could come up with a variety of solutions that would move the dates out of May. But if the staff at Wyomina Park who are in the trenches and feel comfortable with this, then I'm ready to rock on. But I need to feel comfortable knowing that they feel comfortable. Would that, Board Member?
And that was kind of my point, not wanting to micromanage from up here. What I was pretty sure, but would also appreciate the confirmation, was a collective effort on Wyomina's park, park to come up with this calendar. So I am definitely, open to making sure, and I think that that's important, for all of us to get that assurance that in fact, has occurred.
Absolutely, and this is exactly why we bring it to work sessions, so that we can hear your input and thoughts. And with Mr. Ayers being as good as he is, he has left plenty of time, so there's an opportunity for another work session before the board approval date of the 24th. So we would have time to get that feedback as well for you.
Well, and I'm going to be honest, and board, please, correct me in this leadership if you would like, but if it turns out that it's been a collective effort and everyone was on board and it's all hunky-dory, to me, that's an email to the board saying, board, this was a collective effort, everyone was involved, everyone's on board. And I don't know that I need another work session to hash it out. If really, in fact, Wyomina Park was very involved, their staff, in the decision. However, if not, then I think there are some efforts to be made. But board, please, you're more than welcome to give me feedback on the necessity for a second work session on it. Board Member Thrower.
I'll just say that I don't disagree at all. I also wanted to confirm that this wouldn't be for this year anyway. It would be for next year.
That's correct.
So it's not like coming up in May
Right.
that this would happen. It would be a year
Correct.
from now.
Yes.
Just to confirm.
Correct. It's
Okay.
would start in July.
Board Member Conrad.
Yeah, that's fine by me. Ms. Kiner, I want to say I'm not trying to micromanage. I know that probably it sounds like I am. I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just really hard to say I'm going to approve something when it goes against what I think are best practices. So I just wanted to say that to you.
Absolutely. And again, an extended school certainly comes with challenges when you talk about these intersession dates and the days off that they have in between the school year that we don't normally have. So I welcome the comments, because it's certainly all things that we need to consider. And at the end of the day, we want to do what's best for our kids.
Board Member Thrower.
On top of that, here's the thing. If this calendar ends up coming to fruition, this is one we're going with, then to me it inspires a conversation of how are we going to support the kids those 2 days that they're out of school right before testing, and what can we do in terms of in-reach, partnering with our community partners. I know Dr. Brooks, I think, has been in there, Miles McConico, let's loop in our community folks if this is the way it's going to be, and ensure that we're supporting as much as we can.
And also, when other third graders are done testing the first week of May, they should be able to go on a field trip.
That is true.
So
And
if we are, I mean,
we do actually have field trips that happen in May. We usually wait until the testing's over. So
Yes.
we actually have lots of schools that their third graders go
Yes.
after their testing in
yes.
May.
So I would just say, like, I mean, if this is really going to be the direction we're going, then I think it needs to be everyone gets the opportunity to participate in some freedom after directly following testing. So, Board Member Campbell or Cummings, do you have anything to add? All right, Dr. Brewer, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, we will provide you that information, and if needed, we will add it to their next work session.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? All right, well, thank you, Ms. Kynard, for being the steward to deliver the message today. On behalf of Mr. Ayers, and thank you to the team for your work on this item, and we'll look forward to the follow-up. At this point, Board, we are going to take a 30-minute break for lunch, and then we will resume at 12:10. Thank you. Thank you. We welcome you back at 12:15 from our break. We are going to move into item 7.1, public comment for policies and for the board. We are here today discussing the policy related to public comment in our publicly advertised meetings and work sessions. So attached to the agenda today, we have a couple different items, some of which haven't been talked about in quite some time. And so board, you will notice that the attachments include the worksheets that we do have the public complete when they come to do public comment. We have not updated those in quite a while. So the work today will include addressing those and updating those so that they are more correct. The policy for your reference board is uploaded. It is policy, well, it's in our bylaws. Attorney
It's
Powers.
policy 0169.1, and it's the one that's listed and color-coded under Policy Update Log 12/9/2025.
Thank you. And then board, you'll also see attached to the agenda the address the school board meeting forms, which we will, Ms. Martinez Young and Ms. Terry Brown, thank you for joining us, the legal aid for the legal department. They are going to take vigorous notes today through a variety of conversations, but as we need to make adjustments to those forms based on our feedback board, they will make those corrections. So board, the way I remember it, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the crux of the conversation today is less about the policy and more about the procedure. When we were having a policy discussion, the last time when we were in our publicly advertised policy meeting, we decided to bring this back because we realized we were going to get into some extensive conversation about how we wanted to procedurally handle public comment. And so that is why it's here today. However, legal and I discussed, and we do agree, we think the policy wasn't going to change beyond what we'd already discussed. And so board, I'd like to start there if that's possible. I want to nip up the policy and then we'll move into the procedure. So were there changes that anyone thought needed to go beyond what we've already discussed on the policy? Yes, Dr. Campbell.
So currently, the policy that we're looking at that's been uploaded here, so we're talking about these changes that you've handed us, that we're good with what these changes say. Okay.
Correct. The one that's color-coded, and it's also uploaded under Policy Update Log.
Okay.
The one that is updated as PO 0169, that's Neola's original draft. That was the starting point.
I don't have them.
I can have copies.
Oh, you can have mine. Oh, fine. I'll pass mine to board member Thrower, unless you have copies for
Yeah.
everyone.
You got one right there, right?
I'm more than happy to share mine because I've reviewed it. Board
Okay,
member
I
Thrower.
see it now. I was just struggling to figure out what we were looking at. And we've already discussed this.
Correct. We discussed the policy in depth when we did the publicly advertised policy discussion. The holdup was the procedures, which we were digging in deep on, and so that's why we took a pause.
Got it.
But we are having a public hearing on policies on Tuesday night. So
Right.
if we make changes here, it's going to complicate Tuesday night. So I want to confirm with the board first. This is where we landed in the last publicly advertised work session about policy. Does anyone have any changes to this policy that they feel like are necessary?
Refresh my memory, if you will, where we landed on. I believe the conversation that we had was around how much time each speaker should have and what is typical across other districts of our size.
And
Where
that's
did we land?
procedures, so
But it's
we
in
will
the
get
policy.
in,
Okay, I'm jumping the gun. Okay,
It is in the policy as written, right here.
that's what I thought.
It's on page 2 in green at the top. It says speakers are limited to a single time period of up to 3 minutes.
Yep.
So that's actually in
Oh,
policy.
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the total time we allot for all public speakers, board member Thrower. So we had already made those were things we discussed as a board already. So we discussed,
I see, okay. So 3 minutes is where we landed, unless adjusted due to the number of speakers. Okay,
correct. And that was part of the discussion the last time we discussed.
yep,
And the reason we chose 3 minutes in part was because that's consistent with other elected government bodies in the county,
correct.
In our community.
in our community, yes. Just for the public, because they'll be asking why we're reducing now. We're trying to be consistent with other governmental bodies in our community.
It says that, limited to 30 minutes.
Your microphone isn't.
Or they go at the end.
It says it's the whole total period is 30 minutes, correct?
There's two separate 30-minute periods.
Correct.
So
The
there's a,
second public shall be limited to a total of 30 minutes and will be held at the conclusion of the business portion of the meeting.
Correct. So the things that we agreed upon in this policy were 30 minutes before, 30 minutes after, and 3 minutes, scaling down, and that's part of the procedure that we'll talk about after we talk about this policy, by number of speakers.
30 minutes before and after what?
So before was addressing the board on items related to the agenda. The after was addressing items related to the work of the school board. So for instance, if you show up to talk about your kid's teacher, you have to wait until the end of the meeting.
And then the 3 minutes, okay.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay? Dr. Campbell
Yes.
and Board Member Thur.
I'll say, yeah.
Okay, so then we will conclude discussion on the policy, and we're going to move into discussion on procedure. So, the first thing I think we need to discuss is we are in agreement that we're going to have two separate times to speak. The first is before the meeting. The first is before the work of the agenda-related work of the board. And so that would be our traditional public comment that we have now. That public comment would be one color form. And that public comment would be attached to an agenda item. So the form would need to indicate the agenda item that the person is speaking to so that staff can be effectively delineating between what the person needs to speak about. So I think the first thing we'll look at is, do we agree that we should update the form to reflect a specific agenda item they're speaking to?
Keeping in mind also that that is going to differ based on the fact of whether we're at a school board meeting or a public workshop. Because for a school board meeting, it has to be relevant to, for a school board meeting, they can bring up any business related to, but for a workshop, it has to be something that's specific as to the workshop,
But
correct?
not right now, not what we're talking about. What we're talking about right now is the public comment in the first 30 minutes. And the first 30 minutes has to be tied to the agenda.
Correct.
So you're correct, they can talk about other things, but right now, what we're discussing is the first 30-minute segment. So the first 30-minute segment, do we all agree that we should add a line item or something that says which which item are you here to speak about?
What agendized item?
Which agendized item do you want to speak about?
Yes. And
Dr. Campbell, lean forward.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at one that does say that, so I'm just trying to make sure that I'm looking at the right thing. So I do have one form in front of me that says request to address the school board must be fully completed. Is this the one we're looking at? Because
We're gonna adjust the forms, so we're gonna.
I
because-
understand.
Yes,
I'm asking if this form is the one we're talking about. I want to make sure I'm looking at the correct form that we're going to change.
correct.
Are you
So,
referring
but,
to the address the school board meeting form?
yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let me make sure I'm looking at yes, that's the one I'm looking at. So it does have that check
correct.
this box.
So what I'm looking to do is confirm that we want to maintain all of these unique things, and do we want right now, we have a peach-colored form for one thing and a green-colored form for another thing, right?
Right.
Do we want a form that's for the beginning of the meeting and a form for the public comment at the end of the meeting? And if so, then this form needs to, the one we're looking at right now as an example, would be specific towards the comment at the beginning, and then we would navigate and delete some things off of this for the one at the end.
So yes and no. I mean, I believe that this form in and of, first of all, sorry, I just interjected without being recognized. But I believe we need two separate forms. And this form, in its current form, does need to be significantly adjusted, because if you're requesting to speak to the board in a non-televised after the business portion of the meeting, then you need to be on the other form.
Correct. And so what I'm looking to do right now is say, if the first thing we're talking about is the first 30 minutes of the meeting, that is work and public comment addressed to the agenda. So I believe that the only thing that should be on here is not even really a checkbox, but more, please line item the board item or items that you would like to public comment to. Does everyone agree with that? That essentially, the other stuff at the top with the check boxes can go away because we will have one color form that is only for public comment in the first 30 minutes, which is addressing agendized items.
Yes.
Board Member Conrad?
Sorry, thank you, Dr. James. I would be a little hesitant to use just the item number. I think using the title of the
Oh,
item.
yes. I think they should be able to create.
Well, because sometimes our numbers we sometimes get off on our
Yes.
numbers.
Good
So it would be safer to list the title of what they want to speak to.
I'd rather for it to be the title.
Yeah.
Or topic versus, a specific, agenda number.
Correct, and also when they are completing these forms, the agenda is available to the public, and so my expectation from staff is that someone is there to help facilitate completion of forms and to make sure that it's completed correctly to reflect what the board needs to understand. Attorney Powers?
We will run into the problem, though, where if we just say topic and don't put a requirement for a number, that people will make up their topic and put that down as topic. It may not be a topic that's on the agenda. So
I agree, it can say agenda item, but it needs to be one of our agenda items. So I don't want to overcomplicate it for someone from the community who doesn't understand our jargon, but our agenda needs to be present, and they need to select one of our agenda items, and they're going to write 17.1, and they're going to write what it is.
The agenda topic.
Agenda title and then agenda number, that's it. And again, if we're talking about elevating ourselves and expecting more from the public, then we need to make darn sure that the agenda item numbers match up.
Correct.
Well, and it allows, as the chair, Dr. James, to get clarification if there happens to be a mix-up. So
Yes.
that's okay.
Right.
Okay, so what I understand, I'll let staff figure this out, but what I understand is that this first form, this first request to address the board, first, the thing that needs to change is 3 minutes. And I would like after total of 3 minutes, and then there to be some kind of asterisk and or whatever that says time limited based on number of participants, the language that's in the policy. I think that language needs to be on the form. And then essentially, the topic line is going to maintain, and then there needs to be the item number, because the topic is already listed. So it's going to be topic, and then they're going to put the corresponding item number based on the agenda item number.
Right.
And then everything else on here can stay the same.
I have a
stay the same or go away?
I'm sorry, I meant go away.
Go away.
Sorry.
Because we're not asking for address.
No,
right?
well, we don't ask for address anymore, right?
We don't ask them to recite it. However, we do ask for some sort of contact in case board members want to reach back out to them. So it's not mandatory that we get their address. It's useful if they will put it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a shame to ask for it, because it could be useful information.
Specifically, most people don't want to stand up in front of a crowd of people and say their home address.
I was saying it into the record and putting it on the form are two different things.
Yes,
though.
correct.
Yes, yes.
Exactly.
Is that-
So
okay.
we do still ask for it on the form. That's something we did not change. We don't require them to say it from the podium.
Correct. So I think we remove the other 2 boxes of, under the item, essentially the second 2 boxes on here, and then we leave the rest for them to complete. And this is the form that is required for the first 30 minutes. Now, the only thing, board, I want to hash out, because I don't believe it's in policy, is when is this form due by? And I'm going to give, is it in the policy?
In the policy, it is. It says that it has to be at least 10 minutes. I have to find it, but I did read it in here.
No later than 10 minutes after the
Later
meeting
than
is called
10
to
minutes
order?
after the meeting is called to order.
Okay. Okay, so then never mind, we won't get into the weeds on that. I think it's important to note, people can submit their public comment request prior to the meeting, digitally. So if someone was going to arrive late to a board meeting, and I think this is something we just need to publicly discuss more, if you are going to be late, so let's say you want to talk about transportation, as an example, because that comes up, Reverend Cummings, to your points before, and transportation is not on the agenda, so you're going to talk at the end of the meeting anyways, you can submit that public comment request via email, and then show up at 7 o'clock while we're still meeting, and we haven't even gotten to that yet. So I think that it's important that we make sure and highlight to all of our locations where our employees work, if they desire to give public comment, these are ways that they could go about it without having to be present by 5:40. So, because I know that was a concern of yours, Reverend Cummings.
That's a huge concern.
Yeah.
How we we putting it on which form? This first form?
No, that wouldn't be on any form.
That's just gonna be a.
That is our standard operating procedure now. It's just not something we talk about. And so, because the forms are online, people can fill them out and turn them in to the board clerk to be able to give public comment. So I think we have landed on the form for speaking prior to the business portion of the meeting, which is items addressing the agenda. Or do we all feel comfortable with where we landed with that? Board Member Conrad?
One other request. Could we add where it says current legal address? Because what I notice is that people do get up, because I think they believe it's required. They write it down and then they think they have to say it. Could we just add in parentheses there where they see after they put their address, this is not, you're not required to disclose this? So they can see that on the form.
We can do it however the board wants. There is no right to privacy in your home address. Everyone has it. It's easy enough to find in public record. However, we try to be understanding that people don't feel comfortable standing up in public and announcing their home address in front of people. So it's not a protected privacy right interest unless you are specifically statutorily designated like law enforcement.
And I understand
But
that.
we can, the board, however the board chooses to do it, the board just may want this information so the board can contact them.
So, to be clear, is collecting any personal information a legal requirement?
It's not a legal requirement.
Okay, so then, can I just say, then maybe potentially on all forms that we do to revise, after it says, please print, we do something in parentheses that says, providing personal information is not a requirement for public comment.
That's fine.
How does the board feel about that?
That's okay.
From a safety standpoint, I like that we have some record of who's speaking to us, whether it's a good address or not. If something was to jump off, at least law enforcement has somewhere they can start. We're all public officials.
Okay.
And at any point, we could be in jeopardy. Our lives could be in jeopardy. I would definitely want someone to be able to come behind and figure out who did it. And if we don't take anything, that's just me from a law enforcement.
Board Member Thrower?
An alternative would be, but then it would be incumbent upon Attorney Powers to remember to say this and add this to his script. I know it gets said when you share, that the board is here to listen to your comments only, things like that, but that's long, and I think people stop paying attention. So as a public commenter comes up, if you have a note to yourself to say, or the chair, to say, remember, you don't have to share your legal address. All we need is your name.
Yeah, that's fine, and we can,
That works for me.
yeah, on air. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm fine with that. So how do we feel then about the form related to Ms. Brown and Ms. Martinez-Young? Do you feel like you have a good summary, Ms. Brown? No, I think we agreed we wouldn't add that to the form. Yep, so it'll just be something we say out loud.
If you add it on the form, then you never have to say it to them out loud anyway. If you add it on the form and say,
I think
not need to
putting
state
it on
your
the
address
form
when you speak.
dissuades them from completing the form, and I think collectively the board would like to receive the information. So we won't put it on the form, and we'll just say it out loud. Okay, so then, that is the form for public comment ahead of the meeting. So then let's go to the form for public comment sorry, one last thing. Board, do you care about the color?
I was just going to say, let's talk about the most important.
Yes, what color is the form?
That's the first form.
The first form.
We're gonna have a
Peach.
Whatever is the least expensive and that we have the most access to.
Well, it would be, they're now peach,
That's why.
right? Right now, they're peach.
Peach and lime green are the two colors we use.
So I personally do not need to get in the weeds on the color of the form. I think as long as there's consistency and it's communicated to the attorney and so that the script is reflective, I don't personally care what color the form is. Does anyone have a preference on color?
That's, anyway.
Whatever we can buy in bulk.
So there's
Madam Chair.
There's gonna be a form before and a form after.
Correct.
We state clearly which one is prior to, I just mean, that needs to be bold or somewhere on that form so that we can distinguish, that our staff can distinguish between the two. And that when it comes to Elena, she knows,
Correct. Like peach forms are for before and lime green forms are for after or
Change the
whatever.
color since we're changing the,
I think the colors should change from what we've typically done so that there's a hard reset, and I don't disagree with Reverend Cummings. It could say request to address the school board, and then underneath it could say prior to the business portion of the meeting.
how about yellow and green?
sounds good. We're in Old Forest.
Are you guys okay with adding prior to the business portion of the meeting? And then we'll say after the business portion of the meeting on the other form? Or following?
Bold.
Okay. Okay, so then let's move on to the public comment form. Oh, Ms. Martinez, you're?
So do we want to keep number 3 where it says audio, video, presentation? We want to keep that on this form?
Well, I mean, technically, we're not going to allow it anyways because they didn't provide it 24 hours ahead of time. Right? So number 3 on the form, I mean, technically, they could have provided it and then they need to indicate it on this form though, because they can provide, public comment can provide audio visual ahead of time. We say it in the script.
That's correct, and the fact is, there's no requirement that we continue to allow that. However, if we do, within a compressed time frame of 3 minutes, has to be provided it's not in addition to their time, has to be provided 24 hours in advance, and we have to ensure that the formats are workable with Kevin and his crew.
Should we
So
just scrap it all together?
I would say leave it out. Truthfully, I've only had a couple of occasions over 6 years that I've seen anyone even wanting to do that, so.
Board, how do you feel about getting rid of number 3 altogether? And then it would be removed from Attorney Power's script?
It's the proper forum to be showing videos and things. I really don't. That to me is the core and the crux of all of this, and I'll just say it quickly, is that I hope that we can figure out a way to help the community really understand that we're not being mean, that we are here to listen only. I know you say it, but people still seem to arrive unprepared to not have a conversation with us.
Yes.
And that's hard because we do our best to really be available to people. We answer emails, this board does. We call people back, but there's a difference between a board meeting and a town hall.
Correct. So, are we scrapping number 3 altogether?
I would say scrap it.
Yes, Dr. Campbell?
Sure.
Okay, so we're
Along
gonna,
those lines, then, with number 2, specific questions to be asked or action desired, do we want to leave that?
I think it's important because if we get the forms and we were to have questions like, for instance, if they didn't say it in their 3 minutes and for some reason the board felt so inspired by the public comment, we could say, Ms. Martinez-Young, did they have a specific action they were looking for? And she could read off, that they want you to deny the instructional calendar because they're in disagreement with Good Friday, as an example.
Moving on to section 1, do you want to add email address if someone would like to leave their email address?
Yes, I would. Everyone else?
Yes.
Yes?
Because that's become the way you really reach people.
Okay. So yes.
Although, isn't 2 kind of redundant to specific questions to be asked or specific action desired of the board because they're already going to say what agenda item they're speaking on, and then they're not going to speak unless they want to know something from us.
No, but it may help. There is a portion within the policy that we discussed before where if you realize that you have 40 speakers for a particular proposition.
Oh, yes.
And some are in favor of proposition, some are
Yes.
not, then there are times in which you'd want to say, you
Yep.
may want to choose among yourselves a smaller group.
I understand.
Correct.
I forgot about that piece.
Yep.
Very related. Yeah.
Okay. So now, do you think yes?
One more question. When they turn this in, if they have number 2 and they've not filled out a specific question, they've left it blank, because sometimes our folks, they get a little, like, oh, I don't know, I just want to say what I want to say.
Yeah.
Are we still accepting it if they
Yeah.
have not filled it out?
I think we accept it regardless.
Okay.
I think it's accepted no matter what.
Okay.
As a First Amendment, everyone can come and, as long as it's addressing an agenda item.
I will say that everything with this topic and with public input, we need to consistently err on the side of allowing rather than disallowing.
What I would say is, when Ms. Martinez-Young introduces someone and she says, next up, John Doe, you will say, John Doe speaking towards item 17.1 instructional calendar. So that it's very clear that it is tied, so that, again, if they start talking and they are not talking about 17.1, the instructional calendar, you can go ahead and pause them and let them know that their comment is welcome at the end of the business portion of the meeting. Dr. Campbell?
Because there's nothing that dissuades them from filling out 2 forms and they stayed the whole meeting and have their other grievance shared at the end of the meeting.
Absolutely, they now have 2 opportunities for public comment, correct. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
Reverend Cummings? You're looking at me.
No, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at it. So technically, they can speak twice. They can speak 6 minutes.
We're
They're
actually
gonna speak-
increasing
you're
their
increasing their
opportunity.
time.
Oh, what a way to enlighten it. Yes, you now have 6 minutes for public comment instead of 5.
Yes.
Okay. So, we are good, which technically could be the same topic, but yes, two different topics too. So we are good on the form. Would you like to recap where we are? Or would you like to recap where we are? Would you like me to recap where we are? Okay, so they're gonna have the top, we're gonna change the top for form before the meeting to include that it is for comment regarding prior to the meeting. It will be a separate color. We're gonna change it to say 3 minutes instead of 5, and we're also gonna include the language in the policy that says, or less time provided, too many speakers, whatever it says in the policy. They're going to put the topic, but they will also put the item number. They will do all of number 1 and have an email address. Number 2 will remain and number 3 will go away. And this will be the form that is provided for people who want to speak prior to the business portion meeting. Ms. Martinez-Young will introduce them by their name and the item number that they are speaking to. Does that make sense? Yes, Conrad?
At the top, you're going to change request to address the school board prior to.
We're just adding that as a subtitle, yes. Yep. Thor?
For clarity, I think it needs to say agenda in front of item. And maybe that seems like a little thing, but all I could think of was an Amazon order.
Okay, so agenda item? Yeah. Okay, we good? All right, so then the form for after the meeting, I'm sorry.
Quickly, before we get there, the second page of this had the procedures as they exist currently. Those procedures essentially can be modified based on what's in the policy, that changes that we made. So if we want to simply eliminate this procedures list, we can do so. But, I reference, for example, Rule 6, and that's the ones about concerning an identified individual, things like that. So there are procedures that we have in place. Do you want me to modify these procedures to accommodate our and submit that to the board, or do you want to eliminate these?
You read, so I think what we do is redundant, and we're gonna get to the script. So I think let's talk, if we don't mind, let me talk about the page 1 of the next form, and then we'll get into that, because I do still want to discuss that. So let's talk about page 1 of the form for after the meeting, the business portion of the meeting. I think that it should say request to address the school board after business portion of meeting, instead of before business portion of the meeting. Again, we'll change that to 3 minutes and include the asterisk of attached the language from the policy. The topic is still important. And then I think instead of being check boxes, we just need something maybe in even italics that says, this matter pertains to Marion County Public School matters on which the school board customarily takes action. Because ultimately, their public comment does have to be addressing that. So I think that statement needs to remain on there. How do you guys feel about maintaining that statement in some capacity? I see Board Member Thrower shaking her head, yes? Yes? Campbell, I can't see you, yes? Okay. Okay, so then the other 2 items will go away, and that second box essentially will stop being a box, and it will just be a statement in italics to essentially say, your topic needs to be addressing the business work of the work of the school board. We'll add the email address like we would in number 1. We'll keep number 2 and remove number 3. Is there anything, and obviously this will be a unique color separate from the first form. Is there anything different you guys want to see here? Okay. This will happen in the script. This will occur prior to board comments? That's a question?
Say yes, because we might want to talk about it.
Okay.
They say.
Okay. So this will happen after discussion items, after the conclusion of the business portion of the meeting, and prior to board member comments. Are we all in agreement of the placement for this?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes? Yes, okay. And so we'll need to adjust the script to reflect that. Now, because the board policy is not going to be approved until Tuesday, this will not go into effect until the 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. So we have a little bit of time to make these corrections, and you guys can send me the draft forms or whatever, and we'll just make sure it's all accurate. Now, to Attorney Power's point, the second page here of these forms has the procedures. The procedures are most of this stuff is reflective in policy, and you've just put it into procedure form. You then also read it live. I'm not the attorney, but I feel like we're very redundant. And so I kind of feel like if we provide the procedures, then we say that the procedures were provided.
I would be in favor of, and I would advocate to the board, that what you should choose to do here is eliminate our procedures list here altogether. We can have a copy of the policy on hand for anybody that wants to take it, if you want the actual policy on hand, or simply eliminate that and policy is provided, people can look it up just like anyone can. But our procedures here only need to be put there to the degree that we need to, as long as we have an established policy or procedure on something, the legislature gives us great deference to allow us to do certain things, to limit things, to expand things, whatever we want. If we're silent on it, that's where we can run into a problem. However, I think here, we've largely done that within our policy. We've gotten what we need to have in our policy. I don't think this needs to be here anymore. Now, we can add a line in Board Policy 0169.1 that I can deal with that on Tuesday and discuss that with you. But I don't think we need to have this here.
Dr. Campbell.
And as for the attorney script, I think that that's just something that can be adapted and adjusted based on all the conversation we've had today. I don't think we need to hash through what he needs to say specifically.
Totally agree.
But I also believe that the form in and of its current form needs to just be a single-sided thing because they don't get to keep the procedure, they turn it in.
Correct.
So,
Yes. So I don't disagree with any of that. I do think that, like, what Attorney Power says is a little wordy. And I just think if there was a way to make it less wordy, because people stop listening, to be very
and I'll be the
very
first to say,
honest.
I didn't make it, and I'm happy to
Yes.
slash it down.
So-
Give me the ability to slash
Yes.
it down, I'll bring it back to you well slashed.
That sounds tremendous to me. I just think people tune out. So like if we could just hit the high points of like, don't cuss, don't say any kids' names, you know,
Yep.
treat it like it's PBS, maybe, I don't know.
Don't make me come back there, I will pull this thing over.
Right, there's the three core,
Right.
the big three. So, where are we then, board? Are we all in agreement? Are we understanding of what we want? This is all going into effect not Tuesday night, obviously, but the next Tuesday, which I think is the 27th.
Authorizing Attorney Powers to go ahead and redo his script and everything.
yes.
Yes, we're, Attorney Powers, Ms. Brown, and Ms. Martinez Young will, adjust the forms and adjust the script accordingly.
I'm gonna ask that we add the policy number to each form.
Sure.
So that it's linked, so that
Okay.
we know that it's there.
That sounds good to me.
Are
Everyone good?
these changes of forms, do these forms have form numbers or anything like that?
They're publicly facing on the website, so when people go to the board for public comment, there's a link for public comment, the forms are there, that's where they find them.
That's a good question, though, to forms, like, I'm assuming we have a forms library. Do they have numbers assigned to them that we'll just,
Right.
I mean, how,
Because if someone was asking me, what form do I fill out, I'll say, this is the form, but there's a form number attached.
right, like Form 6 that we all have to,
Well, these have numbers. I guess maybe it's just referencing the policy number, but something with a hyperlink.
That would be great.
like,
Okay, and then the only other one we need to discuss is for the work session.
Yes.
So the work session is already at 3 minutes, so that's fine. It is topic, it's their name.
Oriented, right?
We want to add obviously, it's already predetermined, they can only speak to things that are related to the topic of the agenda.
Right, so we can kind of use the one for public comment at the beginning of the board meeting and switch it to work session.
Probably, yes, you can take the exact form for the board meeting prior to the business portion and make that essentially adapted to meet the work session
I think
requirements.
you just have to change the color.
And then, yeah, I would just make it a third color so that it's different.
Actually, a fourth color. Public hearings, though, are we going to consider public because currently we have public hearings and student disciplinary matters on a color. And then we have the so are we going to now make public hearings a part of the first form, because that is a part of the business of the board? Or is it legally required that public hearing has its own separate comment? Because currently that's the way it is. We have two colors, and the one color is public hearing and student discipline. And so we haven't really addressed either one of those items in the things we've talked about, from a color standpoint.
So I think public hearings should be encompassed with the first form we discussed. Is that correct? Because it is prior to the business portion of the meeting. And it's an agendized, itemized
Yes, but
number.
even more important that on public hearings, people can just stand up and speak even if they didn't fill out a form.
I declare a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we would probably still ask that they potentially filled out one of those forms.
Don't care. I don't care if they.
Understood,
Right.
but at the conclusion of their comment during a public hearing, do we not still capture their contact information?
Would be preferable, but
But we
Not
could,
required.
but what we could reference them to is completing the first form we discussed.
Yeah, but it's not required that they complete one.
I can imagine situations in which it could be required that we later need to say this person commented and it might be a witness to what the comment was, but I would not anticipate it.
Okay.
Just need to make sure that they're free to comment.
But I don't think we need a separate form for that. They could simply complete the form that we've already created
Right.
for.
And I'm imagining a warehouse somewhere sitting around with a whole bunch of peach color paper no one else uses. So if Ms. Martinez Young might know, is there a particular paper color that we just got a lot of and we have tended to use, and we got 12 boxes of peach, then let's use peach, whatever.
Yes, I think the board is giving you three discretion to make decisions about
Gotcha.
color and those things.
They
as long
told
as
me
they're
when I
different,
graduated the law school and took the bar, I'd be able to make important decisions like that
like
one day.
paper color. So then finally, student disciplinary matters. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't actually take comment the day of off air for student disciplinary matters. It has to be pre-registered.
And we have a new special board meeting day specifically for those items and those items only.
Correct.
So we don't have student disciplinary matters that would be able to be addressed during a traditional board meeting anyway.
Is that, so why do we still say that then?
I'll just take that out the script completely.
Because in an abundance of caution, if we just did something where they did not give notice that they were going to, but the parent is here to speak, we can run into one of those situations where we haven't had an adequate explanation of what might have happened, where the foul up is. So in that case, if a parent has gotten here and stayed through the meeting and is going to speak off air, I think we at least need to, it's not something the board needs to be responsive to, but I'm reluctant to say, don't allow the opportunity for them to speak.
Dr. Kimball?
So then student disciplinary matters need to be on the second form.
Correct.
And they would then have, if that occurs, we would need to know in advance because we would have taken action on that disciplinary item.
I actually think it's the first item because it's matter related to the business portion of the meeting. So they would complete the first item, it would get turned in, they would say they're there, the topic would be student discipline, and the item would be
The
whatever,
expulsion or
21.2 expulsionary matters. And Ms. Martinez Young would then have the responsibility of saying, this isn't for public comment right now, we won't be able to address this until after, and then we'll pull that item separate to the off-air.
Okay, so that'll just be over there while she's managing the meeting and all the things that she's got to be recording, that in that time frame she's going to have to make sure she sees before we get to that agenda item that we need to pull that specific
But I
JD
think when we're
number out.
doing, well, when we're doing public comment, she would see it. So if there was one form or 20 forms, she's going to see that it's student discipline. So then that would give us an opportunity to pause and say, board, there's an item related to student discipline. We're going to move item 22.1 for JD LMNOP to
Okay.
off-air.
Okay,
And that's rare anyway.
Yes,
Right.
but again, that's still the first form. So we're eliminating forms, we're not adding forms, because we're essentially going to have two forms.
Chair James?
Yes.
Now, what if it's a student number that's not on that packet. They just want to talk about their student, but it's not up there for expulsion at that time. But
Then they would do the second form.
second.
Yes, so if it's not related to a board agenda item, then it would be the second form. Yep. I mean, I think that is just the delineator. Is it the item you want to talk about on the board agenda, or is it not on the board agenda? That depends on what form you complete. Regardless, if it is a student disciplinary matter, Ms. Martinez-Young will pull it to the side for off-air.
And either way, it's going to be at the off-air part of the meeting, which will be at the end.
Correct. All right. So board, I do believe that concludes this conversation. Is there anything else you guys want to add regarding anything we've discussed today about public comment policy and procedures?
Chair James, just
Yes.
for clarification. So this current form that says public hearing student discipline, we won't use this one. We're going to use the second form that we're using for.
We're not going to have a specific form for discipline. They will either complete the first form or the second form, and they will either put their topic will be student discipline and it will be the item number, or their topic will be student discipline and it will be their kid's name. But there's no separate form for student discipline at this point. I want to welcome Mr. Christian to the podium.
Just need some clarification for the production team. So please correct me if my some summaries are incorrect. You will have one 30-minute block of time before you step into the formal agenda. Correct? 30
Correct.
minutes there. And 30 minutes before board comment.
Correct.
Okay, so each speaker is allotted 3 minutes.
Correct.
So what if Kevin Christian is speaker number 11?
Sorry, and you're correct, you're reminding me there was one component we didn't discuss. So, and this is not in the policy, what we had talked about board was a tiered approach. So if it was up to 10 speakers, it was 3 minutes per speaker. Anything more,
Within policy, we do have that.
it did outline it already?
Yes.
Okay, and can you read it into the record real quick?
Yes, it's, each individual speaker shall be allotted up to a total of 3 minutes unless adjusted due to number of public speakers. The time period shall be adjusted by the presiding officer as per the below schedule. 1 to 10 speakers each receive up to 3 minutes. 11 to 15 speakers receive up to 2 minutes. 16 to 30 speakers received up to 1 minute. Each individual speaker must address all agenda items which they wish to provide input during their single allotted speaking time.
And there's no yielding time.
Correct.
So theoretically, that 30-minute block of time would never be more than 30 minutes.
Correct?
Just the amount it takes to transition between, because we
Right.
give 1 minute each for 30 people, probably takes a minute or 30 seconds to transition between them.
And the same for the second
Correct.
30-minute block.
So technically, we could have 30 one-minute speakers in the first session, 31 minutes.
Correct.
Correct,
Thank you.
A total of 60 minutes.
correct.
Whole meeting.
Correct. And so reflecting back on prior meetings, which we haven't had a lot of them, but there have been some that have had significant public participation. One thing this board talked about when we talked about this policy, and board member Thrower, I think, and I were pretty adamant about, is whatever we say we're gonna do, we're gonna do.
For everybody.
For everyone, for anyone. So if the sheriff, as an example, shows up for an item related to school safety, does he have 3 minutes to talk in a public work session?
Yes.
Or does he get more time?
Not if you've invited him, if we've invited.
If he was invited, absolutely. So if you are invited to participate in the agenda, then you are a speaker on the agenda and you are a part of the work. But if you are here for public comment,
Same time.
okay, so I think it's important that we all take a little blood oath here together, that we are committed to maintaining that expectation. Dr. Campbell?
So that behooves a bit of a question. Who or at any time would the board have the ability to reach consensus to suspend our rules? That if we had 45 speakers show up, that were all individual people with very individual ideas on a specific agenda item that we had. Now, in the other instances that we've had large conversations and large gatherings, they have not been on agenda items.
Correct. They're hardly ever on agenda items.
Understood. So the second portion of the meeting is also limited to 30 minutes. At what time, or if at all, are we allowing the board to have an opportunity to reach consensus to suspend our own rules? Or would we ever give the chair that authority to suspend rules? And that's just a question.
Reverend Cummings?
I would think that would have to come from a motion from one of the board members to the board asking to suspend the rules, following parliamentary procedures versus.
That's fine. I just wanted to have that quick conversation because if we had all the people show up for
Madison Street, Fessenden, books.
books, school safety, we've had some where we've had 20 to 30 speakers easily in the last 5 years. COVID, for one. How many speakers do y'all have during that time? Lots. So there could be an opportunity that we suspend. In the COVID situation, it would have been an agenda item. So we would just have to have that conversation where there would have to be, I'm fine with parliamentary procedure, but I wanted to, while we're having that gentleman's agreement conversation, let's also understand that if,
Yes, and I think the matter of practice as it exists is Ms. Martinez-Young shares, this is already historical, like Ms. Martinez-Young shares board, we have 14 speakers turned in forms tonight. And then there becomes a conversation of, what are we doing? And so I would say if Ms. Martinez-Young were to share and say there are 35 speakers who turned in forms tonight, that would be the opportunity for someone from the board to make a motion to suspend our rules or make adjustments to our rules for tonight's meeting. Attorney Powers, would you be in agreement with that?
I would.
Okay, Board Member Thrower?
In order to say you had, we'll use the number 35, in order for every speaker to have 1 minute. So we would be going
Correct, right.
over the 30 minutes, we'd be
Right.
at 35 minutes, but everybody would get a chance that came here and cared enough to say.
Sure.
If that motion is made, we have to go beyond that, they still want to get
1 minute, right?
Well, I think that is going to be up for the flavor of the night. Because if we want it to be the rule, then it should be in the policy. Because otherwise, what we're doing is saying, whatever the flavor and heat of the night is how we're going to make our decision. Because if we're suspending the rule, then we're suspending the rule. And so then we're making up new rules. So if we want the rule to be encompassing of more than 30 minutes for more than 30 speakers, then the policy should look different to just simply say, anything more than 30 speakers, time is extended by 1 minute per speaker.
The important part is it has to remain viewpoint neutral. So we may know that most of the speakers here on a given night are speaking in opposition to or in favor of a certain proposition, but over time, it always has to be viewpoint neutral. We have to permit.
Which is why I'm saying we should change the policy instead of just making a game day decision. Because making a game day decision could look partial for books and not partial for Fessenden or vice versa, right? And so I would be of the opinion that the policy, if we think that come game day, if there are 35 speakers, we're going to change it to 1 minute for every speaker and it'll be 35 minutes, then we just need to make the policy reflective of that instead of making a game day decision. And the policy should just be that any speaker exceeding 30 speakers will be heard with 1 minute per speaker. Like, that's just what we need to decide to do, in my opinion. Because the likelihood that we will be consistent and any board after us will be consistent in implementing it when the heat is on, I think is concerning, and we don't want to put ourselves or future boards in positions where we would be inconsistent with implementing the extension.
And the problem with doing that is that as soon as we say that for more than 30 speakers, we were giving 1 minute apiece, means what happens when you have 160 speakers? Your public comment period of 30 minutes is now out the window. So it's another section of policy that is
Correct.
taking a bite.
No, but what I think is if there were 160 people here who all wanted to talk, probably this board would say everybody gets a minute and we're going to sit here and take it just like we did the night of the books. And so if that's what we're going to do day of, then the policy should just be reflective of that is what I'm saying. I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
Maybe we need to reflect back on why we felt we needed to do this anyway. And I think the conversation went that, and again, we need to think about future boards too, I guess, but then they can make adjustments if they want to. That we have a very engaged board here that answers texts, answers phone calls, answers emails, makes calls. So when you come to a school board meeting, again, it's different than a town hall. It's the time to have the conversation is outside of the school board meeting. So if we're going to have 30 minutes at the beginning and 30 minutes at the end, I'll take back my remark about then, well, if there's 35 speakers, then we just add a minute for everybody, because then otherwise you'd be getting rid of the 30 minutes. And we're trying to strike that delicate balance between a school board meeting as a public, it's business of the school board being conducted in the public, right? And we are providing a good chunk of time at the beginning and the end of the meeting, 30 minutes each. If it means that much to you, you'll get here, you'll get your form filled out. But even if you don't do any of that, you still have the opportunity to reach out to board members and talk about your concerns and hopefully get them resolved. But the school board meeting is typically not the place that happens. Correct. It can be, because then the superintendent refers to a staff member and they at least get the ball rolling. So we have a decision to make here.
I am in agreement with you, Board Member Thrower. I would love to stick to 30. What I'm trying to avoid is someone making a motion to extend it, and then we change it game day for one group of individuals and not for another. So this is predictive behavior, I guess, but I am 100% on board with 30 minutes is 30 minutes. And so if that's how the majority of the board feels, then we shouldn't find ourselves in a predicament unless the heat gets too hot and people change their perspectives. But
do that to each other, because what might be me as a single board member's hot button issue, and I want to hear from everybody, is not other board members' single hot button issue. And what's right for one needs to be right for all. And I think that it pits board members against board members if we deviate.
I agree. So what I hear is Board Member Thrower saying she wants to stick to the 30 and stay solid there.
But the question how this kind of came about is, what if someone wants to suspend the rules? You cannot take that out. That's parliamentary procedure.
Well, they can, but they may not get 3 votes.
They may not get 3 votes, but that motion can still be made.
I guess so.
It can be.
It can be.
I'm not saying that can't happen. What I'm trying to get is, do at least 3 board members agree
you're saying.
that we're sticking with the 30, no matter what?
And just for your information, the Neola standard policy that was pushed out, that we altered, was Neola recommended up to 21 speakers at 1 minute apiece. That allowed for the transition time between speakers so that you could keep the meeting orderly and within 30 minutes. We pushed it so that it was reflected what the board wanted. It would be 30 speakers. So that's an additional 9 speakers. We're doing better than almost anybody as far as that goes. So.
Okay. So to your point, Mr. Christian, it's in policy, and based on the number of speakers, we will formalize how many minutes ahead of public comment beginning. Because that was what started this part of the conversation, so that is in policy. Board, are we good? I see it, good, are you good?
I'm confused.
Okay.
Where did we land? I heard that Neola factors in, if you're gonna have 30 minutes, then it's only 21 speakers. But we feel like 30 speakers is
Correct.
pretty much, it's rare that we would get any more than that.
And that's what we've already agreed to in policy in a previous conversation.
Correct. But now the part that we were still talking about, which is a board member, because of parliamentary procedure, could make a motion to suspend all of that.
Yeah, and that's always going to be a problem, if I may. And the reason it's always going to be a problem is the board needs to not overly restrain itself from its inherent powers. The board has an inherent power to be able to say, common sense says I don't need to be bound by, a ridiculous arbitrary rule here in this particular odd instance. However, the board needs to exercise quite a bit of discretion in figuring out those instances are rare and should only be used on an extreme basis. So the board on one hand, you don't want it to undercut its inherent power to say, look, this is an unusual circumstance. There was, we need to allow people additional time. No, we can't, or we're in violation of our policy. So you need to be able to retain the inherent power to say, we can always make such a motion. However, such motions should be disfavored by this board.
Okay. Now that you presented it that way, I'm more comfortable, because I think all of us as really compassionate, open people would tend to lean more towards, and we've done it, the predictive behavior. We've done it every time, and that's what, so we're just trying to get, yes.
Be consistent.
and be consistent. Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, I'm fine for Ms. Thur and Ms. Conrad, Reverend Cummings? You're good? He's nodding, and Dr. Campbell. All right, any public comment regarding the policies? I think I might have already asked this, but then okay. All right, we are going to button up this.
Public comment.
What?
Mr. Christian was our public comment.
Yes.
And the second session is going to be still on air like the first session, or is not?
Yeah, it's on air. Yep. Yeah. Yep. All right, well, then we're going to button this section up, and we are going to move on to item 8.1, which is 9.1, the superintendent's contract. Board, you have 2 items uploaded. You have the original signed superintendent contract from our first appointed superintendent, Dr. Diane Gullett. This was her original contract, not the addendum at the 3-year mark. So it's the original contract. The other thing you have uploaded is the contract items. So I had Attorney Powers essentially prepare all of the things that are going to be in a contract so that we can hash out every single item. And the intention here is, I'm going to give you a few scenarios, I guess, because I know Board Member Thrower had a question about this. The intention today is to see where we get. If we get through all 38 items and we all land with at least 3 of us in agreement about the items, Attorney Powers will take our work, put it into our contract, and send it to Dr. Brewer's attorney for review and rejection or acceptance. And if we need to continue to negotiate, we'll continue to negotiate. If we don't land where we all agree and we're sitting happy after the 39, then we're gonna have to keep talking about it. So we're just gonna have to see how today goes, and then based on how today goes will be how we land.
Okay, and so realistically, you're asking to get all of these items addressed in the next 17 minutes.
Well, we're gonna get started, and then we'll see where we go. Some of them, it's not as heavy as you think, because some of them are we don't get to decide. There are many of them that are statutorily required, or which is why Ms. Morant is here, they're HR required, and so there's not a lot of decision-making for us to make because they're an expectation.
So are you going to go through and do those first? Are you going to go through and do all the ones that are statute-driven, or are you going in order?
That's what I was.
Attorney Powers is taking the lead. And do you want to go 1 to 39, or do you want to hit the ones that are really easy first? What do you want to do?
You slow me down if you need me to, okay? Item number 1.
Hold on 1 second. Did anyone else have questions about the work before we get started? Are you good, Board Member Thur? Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure.
Okay, transition period is not applicable in this case, so we're going to eliminate that. Employment terms, effective date and term, typically 3 years. I'd assume that's what the board would continue to want. Please interject as you see fit.
I see a finger from Dr. Campbell.
The only reason I would actually object to the transition period. So let's think about this holistically. This current interim superintendent will need to be evaluated based on something. So when will we start evaluating her? And that's what I would say is transition. And so if we're currently not evaluating her as the interim superintendent, because that's based on the prior strategic plan, that's the only question that I have about what transition means, because I would assume, and whatever an assumption is, that there would be some level of evaluation that she would receive even as the interim superintendent, but maybe not. And so that's the predominant question.
Well, and I think item 13 speaks to the annual evaluation. And so I think when we get into an annual evaluation, if the annual evaluation is going to occur after school grades are released, then we do an annual evaluation based on Dr. Brewer's performance tied to whatever the evaluation tool is, which we will need to address.
So presumably a contract could start June 1, I'm just using an arbitrary number, June 1, and she would receive an evaluation in August, because that's when we might have school grades. So
Well,
that's
The
my
contract's
concern.
not going to start in June 1. I mean, the contract's going to start timely. This is something that we're going to work towards completion,
Okay,
which is employment terms, which is number 2. So
that's fine. Just my concerns are noted.
are you guys, number 2, employment terms. So he had read that in as a 3-year agreement. How do you feel about it?
The next section, compensation and benefits.
Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure we're in agreement on employment terms. So 3-year agreement.
That's the standard, isn't it?
It is the standard, yes. Board Member Thrower?
Hearing that it's the standard makes me feel a little more comfortable. One reason why I have a little bit of pause is because initially we, as a board, started down the road of a national search, but then because it made sense to everyone on this board that, we decided not to go in that direction. I was thinking about this before we even got to the table. Because of that, should we be looking at a 2-year contract instead of a 3? If 3 is the industry standard, it's not the hill I'm going to die on, but I really do want to honor as much as we can, how fast things move these days. And I'll be looking, I can't remember what number it is, but, I'd like to see some conversation around performance bonuses, things like that too. So it's just, I feel like we're trying to rush through this, and even if I didn't have a really important Zoom to be on at 1:30, I'd feel the same way. I just don't want to rapid fire this and then regret anything later.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can take as much time as we want on this. I'm just trying to keep it as organized as possible so we stay focused on each item as it comes.
Right, I understand your intent.
Dr. Campbell?
I agree with Board Member Thorough.
On,
I can go with 2 years I completely agree with all the sentiments, and not to belabor any of the points she just made, but I agree with everything she said.
okay, Reverend Cummings?
2 years.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like the majority of the board is looking to change from 3 years to 2 years. Okay? Okay. Number 3, compensation and benefits.
So the next section on compensation and benefits, there is a $225,000 maximum amount that can be paid for using state funds. Now, I will ask for our CFO to feel completely free to step up and interject as he sees fit, but we've had some conversations surrounding this as well. $225,000 from state funds. Anything beyond that essentially becomes funds that are not issued by state funds. So the state gives everybody $225,000 a year for the superintendent. Dr. Gullett's agreement originally was stated was less than that, but then there were other benefits that were sought as well. So in this case, you've got to make a decision as to compensation and benefits as to what you want that salary to be.
Okay?
So the permissible under section, my mic, and I'll try to get closer there. Section 1001.50, that's the section that allows the 225 as a maximum. Then other cash benefits would be permissible from state funds. So
No other cash.
no other cash benefits, right?
Correct. So board, where would you like to start the pay for the superintendent?
I think we need to look at comparative districts and what other superintendents are making in comparative districts. You take into consideration our superintendent's education and experience where she is, and then we come with a good number there. As Attorney Powers said, when Dr. Gullett came in, we did not meet the max. We did not start at the max. We started below that, which gave us some working room.
And Mr. Rios-Walsh, do you have information to speak to that?
Good afternoon, Board. Happy New Year. Yes, I have some information to share. So Attorney Powers is correct. There's a statutory limit for state funds at the $225,000 amount. We did pull some numbers from the Florida Department of Education regarding, I think, a range of possibilities. And so I'm going to share some of that information with you, and we can provide that to you guys. So for the state of Florida, the average superintendent salary is coming in at $196,769.70. That's an average, but I will say that the range is fairly wide. I think at a low point for some of the much smaller school districts, it can go as low as, looks like 103, and upwards of 300 and $40,000, depending on the size of the district. And so a district much larger with a much larger school population, much larger staff like Orange County or Palm Beach County is going to warrant a more commiserate level of compensation at a much higher rate.
Also, just to clarify, that average includes all districts appointed and elected. And elected is set by the legislature.
That is correct. This is across the entire state of Florida.
Correct.
May I speak?
Go ahead, Ms. Bormather.
Just say, for my purposes, it would be more helpful to know about size-alike districts.
Sure. So, for example, let's look at
Like
Lake
Lake
County. I'm sorry. Yep. And Ms. Morant was just telling me this is for 24-25 school year, so just make sure we're putting that out there. So let's look at like a comparable size here. Lake County average is 222,760. I will say that Department of Budget and Finance has set aside 236,000, which was where our previous superintendent ended at after coming in at the 210 with various escalations over time. So
Base salary.
yes, this is base salary. So that's right, pretty much ballpark, and I think tracks closely to previous comments by the board around low and high end, and also some information that I think the consultant originally shared.
Reverend Cummings.
So, Mr. Rios, what you just said for Lake County, does that include, is that the full?
No, it's a base.
No, that's just salary, fully loaded. We would add approximately 40% on top of that.
Okay, so, that's where I'm thinking, we starting, her base would be somewhere be like,
I need you to just speak closer to the microphone.
Yeah, in the mic.
I'm thinking the base for this superintendent, since we have 225 allocated, correct? That's,
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
there's 225 that's,
236 is allocated as the base. Is that what you just said,
No.
Mr. Rios?
No, not from the state.
no.
He just said what's budgeted. Is that what
You
you're
said
asking?
that's what Dr. Gullett got, was 236.
He has that budgeted.
Yeah, we budgeted that because that was the previous amount that the superintendent had when she ended her tenure. So that effectively became the base. That doesn't mean that that's what it would be.
Right.
We're just saying that that's what we've set aside because that's what it previously was.
Right. So I'm thinking, we start this at 205, between 205, 210. That gives us room to work with the finances that we have and still be under the statutory, what the state's given.
Dr. Kimball.
I'm in alignment there. 205, 210 was the number that I was thinking. Keep it similar to what Dr. Gullett had. I appreciate having Diane Cornegie's numbers from Lake County, but she is also the longest appointed superintendent in the state right now at 5 or 6 years. They're also an A-rated school district. All of that compensation she receives in 24-25 is based on some of those things she's been able to do. So I'm certain she started in the same range we're talking today.
And board, I'm going to pause this for a second because I think so board member Thrower has to take an exit in the next 90 seconds because she needs to get on a Zoom with Rep. Henson and Dr. Brewer. And then at 2 o'clock, Dr. Campbell has a Zoom with Dr. Brewer and Rep. Gentry.
No, with our federal lobbyist.
Okay. So transparently, first, I'm struggling that we scheduled those kind of in the middle of the day on a Thursday, if I'm being completely transparent, because it's a work session, and I understand there's limitations, but, so I need to understand what the board wants to do with this agenda item and then the next agenda item. I think it's improper to continue deep diving into conversations without all board members present, but I also, are we gonna take a break until 3 and come back? Because I think that we have work to accomplish, and staff has spent time preparing for this conversation. And certainly as the chair, I wasn't aware that we were gonna have to stop at 1:30, and so,
Chair, can I make a
yes.
recommendation? Let me make a recommendation. This is vitally important, and one of our responsibilities is to be financially responsible for the
Correct.
So I think this should be pulled out and we do a separate work session just for this. And I know our time, all of our time is valuable, but I think it's too important for us to rush through it. We want to be just to Dr. Brewer and the entire process. In the past, I think that's how we did it with Dr. Gullett.
Well-
We did not cram it into a work session.
To your point, I don't disagree. I've already forethought that. The only day in January, based on publication deadlines, that we can do that is January 26th in the evening. That is the only time for the rest of this month that it is available. Because based on publication deadlines, to do a special work session, we cannot have a meeting before Friday the 23rd. And Friday the 23rd, there is, Attorney Powers is in truancy court all day. So that day is pretty much not available because of our attorney's obligation to truancy court. The 26th, there is a state or House representative coming to South Marion to talk about something. And Dr. Brewer just shared with me it was a day that many staff were going to have expectations for participation, including potentially some board members. The 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th, at least one of us will be in Tallahassee for legislative obligations. So the only time that this board will have an opportunity to have a discussion on this in the month of January, outside of today, is in the afternoon evening of the 26th. And so I'm just being very transparent with you guys.
Can I be transparent as well?
Yep.
Thank you. So the conversation about the 26th of the congressman potentially coming to Marion County is what I have today at 5 o'clock, or at 2 o'clock. That's what that call is about. And just for full transparency, these agendas for the work session are not developed by us. We ask for specific things to be added, and based on, that meeting was scheduled 2 weeks ago. I hadn't seen this agenda. I didn't know what was coming before us today and didn't know that we wouldn't be finished by 2 o'clock, which is our traditional time that we usually are about done. So that, just to be transparent, we don't know what is on these agendas. Now, you as chair have access to them. We don't, so I didn't know how long it would be.
Everyone has access to them, but we don't.
No, we don't. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure. Board Docs is not accessible in draft to anyone except the chair. That is 100% accurate.
No, that's not accurate.
I was in the C draft, but,
Okay, well, that might be new. You were just chair.
yeah, but work sessions are not in draft form.
I'm going to look and see right now. I will stand corrected
We
if
don't
I
have
can
to
see
get
all
into
the
weeds on it.
drafts.
The reality is that in 90 seconds or less, board member Thrower is leaving. And we need, if we're not going to come back today at like 3 o'clock, I'm letting you guys know the option is the 26th evening or not until February.
So, Madam Chair, based on where we are and how we're moving, because we're not going through the whole process of going through a search and all that stuff with the superintendent, we don't have to rush this. It doesn't have to be the 27th. It has to go to February, then we go to February, put it in February. But we are ahead of the schedule, basically, according to what you all originally said. So I don't see what's the issue. If we can't do it on the 27th, we move it to February. But I think it needs to be a dedicated work session just for that.
I don't disagree. That's why I was already trying to look at another opportunity to discuss it.
Madam Chair, if I can interject, the staff is able to revisit this conversation and be prepared at any time that the board sees fit.
Thank you, Mr. Rios-Welsh.
I'm available to come back at 3, and I'm available on the evening of the 26th. Is that correct?
Yes, it's my birthday. I couldn't think of anything better I'd like to do. So I will be
Well,
here
I'll
if
leave
it's
that
the
up to
pleasure
you,
of
but
the
I'm
board.
available for both.
Yes. Okay, Ms. Martinez Young is not available on the evening of the 26th.
No, today at 3.
Oh, today at 3. Okay. So, what would you like to do, board? 2 board members are leaving us essentially right now.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I strongly recommend let's push this to February.
I'm talking about everything. I'm not just talking about this. I'm talking about the rest of the agenda. Because we have another agenda item that impacts the whole board.
And before everyone leaves, I just want to add, in coming out of the chair seat, I really would like to encourage each board member to communicate better. If you have to step out on the day of a board meeting or a work session, just, communication is easy with our phones, just text, the chair to say, I have a hard stop. I have a hard stop at 2 o'clock, or I have a hard stop at 2:30, so that we can all be better prepared for what we have to tackle.
And thank you, Board Member Conrad. That's excellent, and I will certainly do that in the future. Again, not being able to see the agenda really didn't tell me how long some of these previous items were going to be. And again, unless I am the only board member that is in this status, I am unable to see any drafts of any agendas apart from when I was chair. In that year, I could see all the draft agendas. But when I was chair, but now I no longer have access to draft agendas.
So, would you like to talk about residencies, zones, or no? Okay.
I'm fine with moving both items to February if you all are. I don't, that's not an
Fine with
urgent,
that.
Okay.
I mean, that's not an urgent issue.
And just as I step out, having been chair twice, I remember being briefed on work session topics, but not as a board member ever being able to see until they were published. And just as a final word, this meeting was not scheduled by me. So,
There you go.
but I still should have told you, so I'll own that.
I appreciate, and you told me this morning, so board, at this point, we need to make a decision about when we'd like to discuss it next. And maybe we'll pick a few days and Board Member Thrower will loop you in and we'll see if any of them work for Board Member Thrower as she's stepping out, so.
Do my best to be available.
So, board, the first week in February, we have an agenda review that morning on the Monday, the 2nd, so it would have to be not our typical start time if we did it then.
Well, February 5th is an already scheduled work session, so if you can see the draft of that and potentially see what the agenda looks like, we might be able to do it on that day.
But we want
I think it would be in our best interest, based on Reverend Cummings' recommendations, that we schedule a separate work session.
Okay? So February,
Can you add the residency to the next,
yeah, can we add residency to February 5th?
Well, that's not our next work session.
or whenever?
Well, I mean, for a published,
Our
weren't
next
we
work
concerned
session
about
is
the
the
published?
22nd.
And it's not currently on that to be, so we're just moving that because it has already been published.
The 22nd has not been published.
But the agenda item as it stands has already been published, so moving it to the 22nd. People know we're going to talk about it. It's already been out there and all the documents associated with it. We're just requesting to move it to a future date. So it's already been a published item by Ocala Gazette.
That's the residency.
Yes.
Oh,
residency.
I'm just saying, no future work session has been,
I'm saying like as a published date in Ocala Gazette, saying this is the agenda that's been published, that agenda item has already been published. So if we move it to a future date,
yes, the Gazette publishes the dates, not the agendas. So the date is not changing, that is correct. Adding anything to a future agenda which is yet to be published is not an issue.
Is there room on the 22nd agenda?
I think the room is dependent on how long the board is going to work. I think that, it's a stacked agenda: compliance inspection report, referendum renewal, Marion 250, ABAC update, site utilization update, and Reverend Cummings has shared he's not coming on the 22nd. So I don't think that's the most appropriate time to have the discussion, no.
Then I would suggest we create a new date. We add a work session.
and I would also request if we, while we're having open discussion about this, that also Dr. Brewer not have meetings scheduled on work session dates, because I have a meeting scheduled with her that day at 2:00. So that's been our way of work. I know that's unfortunate, and right now it's causing a bit of a hiccup, but our way of work is that we have traditionally been completed by 2:00 in work session days, and so even her calendar fills up with meetings with us. So that's fine, if we want to continue to go on the 22nd, and we'll just go over scheduled meetings that we have with her. That's fine. I just want to make sure that we're all being transparent.
Well, Reverend Cummings will not be here on the 22nd, so I don't think talking about the residency zones
Okay?
that directly impact, he's been vocal of wanting to participate in conversation on previously. So the next available day that we have a work session would be February 5th, which is the mid-year financial review, the future of the downtown office. There's an item that just says topic speaker, so it looks like an unfilled item. But I imagine there's probably,
February 5th?
so it appears there probably is opportunity to discuss residency zones on the 5th, so
That sounds good.
go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I can just make a quick comment. On the mid-year review, I have requested that we move that date back until we get the third calc. And so that's working its way through the process, but I just wanted to make you guys aware that I am asking to have that be pushed back. And so that may open up some availability in terms of timing that particular day.
Understood. So at that point, you're moving, that we will not be talking about the mid-year financial review on the 5th.
That is my request, but I just wanted to bring it up while it's hot off the press there.
Understood.
Thank you, that's good to know.
Well, I can certainly speak with Dr. Brewer about essentially reserving the rest of the agenda of the 5th for work related directly to the board. I don't know, I could text Mr. Whitehouse real quick and ask him if there are other items they see forthcoming related to the business of the school board organization that need to be on the 5th. Ms. Morant, don't we typically start discussing staffing plans in February? March 5th. Okay, so there's nothing related to HR materials that need to be discussed in February from a work session perspective or site-based budgeting? Okay. So I can certainly ask Dr. Brewer to basically make the only item related to the work of the school board organization, the future of the downtown office, and then reserve the rest of the 5th for the board to discuss the superintendent's contract as well as residency zones.
We'll need to move that off of the January 27th board meeting.
What?
Right now, we have the superintendent's contract.
Well, we put in a tentative item, just a placeholder
Right.
to make sure. So, yes. Correct.
Just going to comment, Dr. Campbell, I have a briefing on the 5th that afternoon, but I will move it, Chair, so it'll be wide open.
Mr. Christian.
I can share with you that as of this morning, the Marion 250 agenda item for the work session 2 weeks from today was requested to be moved to the February 5th agenda that you're discussing without Mr. Rios Welch's item that morning. That would be the only item, and I don't believe that would be a very long item at all.
agree.
Ms. Conrad, you can correct me if
Yes,
I'm wrong.
I agree with Mr. Christian. It should be really just an overview of the events of that day. So it shouldn't be long at all.
Okay. So, board, would you like to then pencil in for the 5th to discuss the superintendent's contract as well as school board residency zones on the 5th of February?
Yes, that'll work. We just check with Board Member Thrower.
Well, it's already a scheduled board.
Yeah, I know that it is, but just.
Okay, so then that is what we will do, and we're going to take a pause right now regarding the contract. I will ask Attorney Powers, the narrated version that you shared with me today that I was going to use to, in our conversation, can you go ahead and make sure this gets attached to the February 5th, but shared with the rest of the board as well? It just has his remarks about state law or, yep, that one. The state law or policy or whatever, so it kind of helps just frame the conversation or perspective for reasoning.
Yeah, and at this phase, it's kind of attorney work product. I would prefer to email it to all board members, just so they see it, and then I'll discuss with you about whether to upload.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, because if it's contract stuff, then that's fine. Either way. But I do think I want the rest of the board to receive it so that they can review it at their leisure. Okay, so then we are going to, I guess I should probably have public comment on this item since we did open it. All right, hearing none, we are going to move that final agenda item, which I have the wrong one up now, so 8.1 to February 5th. So we will move into meeting reminders and board member comments. A special school board meeting is scheduled for January 13th, 2026. There's also an ICROC meeting that will be held on January 15th, 2026 at 4 p.m. And a special school board meeting scheduled for January 22nd, 2026 at 7 a.m., followed by an administrative briefing and work session at 9 a.m. Ms. Martinez-Young, do you have any comments?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
All right, anything from legal?
Nothing more. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Campbell?
Just quickly, I wanted to ensure that you all were aware of the Safe Routes to School community meeting. City of Ocala and Marion County Public Schools is hosting this evening at the Howard Middle School cafeteria, 5 o'clock today. I received the flyer while we've been sitting here. I knew about it, I had it on my calendar because it came from Governor's West and City of Ocala's been, but it is, I noticed it's not on the school district calendar, though it's happening at Howard Middle School. So it's tonight, 5 o'clock, Safe Routes to School community meeting. And that'll be all my comments for today.
All right. I had no idea.
Howard Middle School is what it says.
Are you attending?
I am intending to attend.
You are too? Okay, good, because I have a mandatory volunteer meeting for Night to Shine tonight, so I cannot be there, so.
Okay.
Like that, a mandatory volunteer meeting?
All right. Do you know if our staff was a part of planning that other than the use of the school facility?
I do not know, but I know our logo is on the flyer.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I think, it would behoove us that some of us are there.
What the flyer, I can make sure the flyer, I'll send it to Ms. Martinez-Young so you can see it, but it does say the project proposes sidewalk, crosswalk, and lighting upgrades along the 3/4 mile segment of Northwest Old Blitchton Road between Northwest Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue and US Highway 27.
Seeing that we just had someone, a student that was killed, I think that's important.
I will forward this to Ms. Martinez-Young.
I definitely think it's important. I'm just kind of wondering why it wasn't in our weekly update or anything like that. That's what I'm trying to understand. So, but we will,
Question.
I do not know the answer.
we can direct that question to staff. So, and that wrapped it up for you, Dr. Campbell?
That'll be fine for now.
Okay, nothing from Reverend Cummings? Board Member Conrad?
I just want to say, welcome back, everybody. Hope you're off to a great start to the new year. Look forward to seeing everybody soon.
Awesome. Thank you, and thank you, Board, for your flexibility today. And we are going to get you the rest of those documents, and then we'll look forward to in-depth, productive discussion on the 5th regarding the superintendent's contract. I'm glad everyone is back, and I've heard many a teacher share it's nice to kind of have a short week back. It's a little bit of a nice reset, and then get really into the work next week. And so I'm grateful everyone's back and excited for what semester 2 will bring for Marion County Public Schools. And then Board, I wanted to let you know I did receive a signed copy of the interlocal agreement from the town of Reddick. So I had updated you that I went to their meeting with that interlocal. They did sign it, and so it will be on a forthcoming agenda for the board to review. And then we will be able to make some changes to fencing with Safe Schools so that the town will have access to the basketball court. So that was a productive, I think, movement in the right direction for the board and for the Reddick community. So I'm again appreciative of the board for having that collaborative conversation. I think that will wrap it up for me. If there is no further comment, we will adjourn this work session at 1:43 p.m. Thank you.